Hello, and good evening. It's episode 39 of Cometh the Fall, Otherworldly Deal. Just a sad lurker, thank you very much for the 6 months. I appreciate that. There will be plenty more D&D, so you needn't worry, my friend. Hello, ProStar, Varus, Sizzle, Ellen, AA Killer, Gaming Void, Sinju. Let's see, who else? Dagram, Mystic, Tatsuya, Spinal, asking hello, folks. How's everybody doing this fine Friday? I won't stay, but just wanted to wish everyone a good game. I have a lot to catch up on. Only on episode 5. Well, asking, that's very kind of you. I hope you're enjoying the game, and I hope you enjoy the Hain Keep arc. Hello, Guido. Hydrate very well I shall with this energy drink. I want to ask, how was the Marius robot armor made? It was sick. It was one of the first images shown, and it was dope. Everybody in the group, including myself, was like, "Oh shit!" Goodbye, Askin. Good luck. Enjoy. We'll catch you around. Everybody else, how's everybody else doing this fine Friday? We're giving the players a moment to get themselves situated. Probably about a couple more minutes. And then we'll go ahead, we'll transition over and get introduced to our players. I'm doing good, just getting ready to work, for work and resting. Oof. Spent all day on Conan, you know, your favorite game. Why would you say such a slanderous statement like that? How would you say that, Varus? How could you? Hello, Momo. Offline raid. Woo! Hello, Momo. Thank you very much for the raid. Very excited. Had a session 0 today. Sick. That's awesome. Hello, ProStar. Give the players a few more moments. I guess I could talk about some things today. This is probably going to be probably a very roleplay heavy session. There hasn't been much of it recently, but I imagine that this session will be probably just full roleplay, if I had any guess. That way, just because there's so much that the party has to sort of cover and go over and talk to each other about, sort of dealing with each other's problems, dealing with the children they saved. I imagine there's going to be a fair bit of role play that comes out of this session. And who knows? We'll see if the party explores the rest of the facility, if they leave the rest of it, if they interact with the acquisitions team, what they do with Stardocs, all of that other fun stuff. So really, there's a lot of stuff that they have to do today, or a lot of stuff that they can interact and choose to do today. So I'm very excited. Rid 762, is that millimeters? Howdy. I see you lurking. Hello, Octal. We're giving the players just a little bit longer to get themselves situated. And then we'll go ahead and we'll meet up with them. I just want to make sure they get their snacks and all that stuff. Anyone still recovering from the con plague? I don't think anybody in our group went to the con. Yeah, I don't think anybody went to the con. Mostly because we didn't want to get the con plague. So, and all the other stuff that happened at TwitchCon. Ooh, yikes. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's transition over. Hopefully it catches everything. Bop, bop. And transition. Now, you'll notice behind me a black space, currently empty and bereft of lovely faces. However, if all of you delightful people talk in chat, you will appear in the void behind me and be remembered in perpetuity for as long as the VOD exists and as long as it remains in the highlight. So forever and forever. Go ahead and chat it up. And if you'd like, say hi to future VOD watchers. I'm sure they'd be delighted to see you. With that underway, we're going to go ahead, we're going to unmute, get introduced to our players, go through introductions, and then get a little bit of a recap of what happened last session. And go from there. Let's go ahead and let's get introduced to the players. Howdy, gamers.
Hi. Hello, dear.
How's everybody doing today?
Good.
EDIN.
Is that thank God it's right? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm like,
Ooh, everybody having a week, I see. Me simply vibing, my friends going through existential crisis.
and then we get to do that in make-believe time.
Yeah!
For fun!
Let's fucking go! All right. Well,
I'll try not to cry too much.
no. It won't be a session if you don't cry. So you have to cry. There has to be at least one tear per session. Frustration, sadness, remorse, all that stuff. Dead silence. I'm glad they agree.
Wouldn't you rather we just chill out?
No.
Ooh.
Let's go ahead. Let's get introduced to the party. We're going to go through introductions. You're going to tell me a little bit about who you are, what you're playing, and we're going to go down the line. Unprompted. I'm not going to tell you to go after the next person. You're just sort of going to follow suit with the other person when they end. And we're going to start, of course, with the second son, Alaric Rovain.
I am Alaric, half-elven man born in Karim, barbarian to Shilir, level 4. It has been a hard set of weeks for me, out here in the Southlands wilderness. A set of weeks drenched in blood, suffering, and sacrifice, caught in some betrayals and some regrets, but a set of weeks that luckily have found a positive note now. I gird myself to free the children now that we've discovered them, safe and sound. And I gladden to see our enemies felled, if for now.
I play Callan Aldane, is a variant human ranger and member of the Grey Watch, a militant organization that fights monstrosities in the wilderness. And having met the party in Haynes Keep, he's doing his best to help keep everyone alive for as long as possible, more or less succeeding.
I play Marana Lamodia, level 4 Dampier Rogue, with strange powers connected to the dead. Marana hails from the distant province of Vinheim in a town called Malgrove, known for monster hunters that keep ever vigilant from the threats of the Grimwald.
I play a Shield of Iron Hands, female dwarf scribe wizard, and arcana cleric. I grew up in Tharkin's Deep, which gave me a deep appreciation for the craft, in which I studied vigorously for an Orias. And then I found reference not only in the magic that I learned, but the runes that I crafted. My faith in Ioun and morality were solidified through this. And then I set out trying to figure out a way to maybe unite this country a wee bit better. Maybe finding one of the shards of Thorland or anything. Anything to give the people just a little something. I met the party whenever they came across me when I was in custody, and then they procured my services to help one of theirs. But currently, we're just picking up the pieces after almost getting our teeth kicked in.
Greetings. I am Siluril von Ashford, Ward of House Ashford, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 4 high alpha fighter who finds beauty in every battle. I would lay my life on the line for house and home, and I endeavored to seek the truth of the hidden, malicious rot that finds itself squirming through my family. I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this has happened, and how I can make a change.
Hello, I play Yuria Zairi from House Athelion in the faraway lands of Shademore. Its heir. I am the level 2 warlock, level 2 sorcerer human. And like I said, I am a distant traveler, brought here to this party through the Axe of Hain. Now, staying through their own acts of heroism, both to save my person. Well, mostly because they saved my person. Coming here, I came to discover the lost land of my, lost history of my people. But now I have questions about my own history, my own existence, and demand from other forces that I also cannot answer yet.
Thank you. Celerar, I believe you recounted last week.
Yes, I did.
Who would you like to pick to recount?
I'd like to pick the DM, as I don't think any other point of views would be better.
Very well. Current date, 17th of dawn, 9 a.m. Having been separated from one another, the party split into several smaller groups in search of Siluro, or protection from the strange Epsilon unit which has been deployed to their locations. During this, Alaric finds himself cornered on the other side of the sensor room, facing off against the lone ghoul. It's initiative. Battling against each other, Alaric is hurt considerably and has to rely on his rage to survive. Brushing the crumpled body off of himself after having narrowly avoided death, the perspective changes. Yuria, attempting to connect with Jin, finds that she can conjure a trauma unit to her location and heal her allies. Doing so, she finds that the strange alien technology is not only able to heal her and her allies, but heal them completely, mending their wounds and other such ailments. With their wounds mended, they find that Jin has full control over the facility and has given them the ability to communicate across it. With this knowledge, the trauma unit is sent to assist Siluro and Alaric. Once the party has been completely mended, they begin to converge on one another's location, stopping to search through the corpse of Anne and finding a number of items. Gems, a strange weapon embedded inside of her flesh, and other such trinkets. Equipped with their new loot, the party make their way to the depot at the request of Jin, who's asking for their assistance. Once inside, he reveals his true name, Sardox, Master of Engineering. He's willing to help the party evade the acquisitions team and free the children if they swear to aid him by giving him a new body. with Siluro eventually hooked up to the Epsilon unit with some close calls. They storm the biolab and battle the remaining cultists. It's initiative once more. The party battle against the cultists and their tainted followers, a gruesome battle that sees Alaric almost killed once more. They fight the cultists, and a strange failed experiment rages and thrashes against all that's living. But, thanks to the party's quick thinking and the aid of the ESU taking many of the cultists and monsters down, the party are successful, wounded grievously. Some even just on a singular hit point find themselves at the end of combat. And that's where we pick up. There is a moment of stillness that follows after the collapse of the dragon. That final desperate cry that comes from it as its strange, mutated body almost shudders. The tendril-like appendages that burst from its face, other orifices just cease moving. Eventually, this thick pool of viscous liquid forms around the edges of its mouth and sort of begins to seep into the brine pool. All of you exhale, save for the Epsilon unit. You're free to move around. You've succeeded against the cult and have saved the children, which are currently precariously hanging above the brine pool. What are you doing, party?
Well, I suppose with everyone, the sounds of combat have thus faded.
Correct.
Like, Kellen will inch up and peer around the corner, like, seeing that the crushed head of the abomination that it is will step in and immediately goes to the hanging children. I don't suppose there's a way to... Are they attached to like a device or something that moves, like a crane or a winch or anything like that?
Why don't you roll me we'll call this perception check.
Perception. There we go. Oof.
Starting out strong. It's hard to tell exactly what they're affixed to. There appears to be some sort of like metallic object by which they are bound, of which the rope is sort of tied around. But it's hard to tell if it's mechanical in the sense that it'll just drop them or move. But who knows? Maybe you could ask the rest of the party. But from this angle, from where you are currently, there's no way to get these children down.
I guess he'll look around. Is Alaric moving, not laying dead?
From where you are currently, Alaric would not be visible.
He's crouched.
I think he'll call out at that point. I think we're clear.
To your right, Alaric, the approaching ominous purple glow.
Alaric doesn't actually look towards this emanating noise. He's staring forward while couching his wounds with an arm draped across his torso. It takes him a second, and when he does turn eventually to acknowledge it, he doesn't actually look at it, but rather in its general direction, vaguely at the ground. Do you see any way to bring them down, Siluril?
Are you alright, Alaric?
I am all right. I worry about them, though none of us can fly.
The children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had to be placed up there somehow. I will access the terminal over here and see if they are lowered that way.
All right, let me give you some room. Alaric,
I'm not going to touch those. The Eps. Epsilon's like arm pokes out like and points to those before just robotically returning to its side.
Oh yeah, he looks at the purple light and like the realization dawns on his expression. Like,
You
ooh, okay.
slowly glance up and see a figure sort of floating in this sort of thick liquid inside of this large glass tube.
How do they look like?
It's hard to really make out any distinguishing figure or sort of features, aside from the fact that they are like strangely bulbous in places with like unnatural sort of bulges on their frame. Like their shoulders are more pronounced, but it almost seems cartoonish.
So there's some kind of Martian thing, like an extraterrestrial in a sense, like nothing he's ever seen before.
It's completely foreign to you.
Okay, yeah, fuck that. Having stood up, Alaric will stumble out into the open and wave off any attempt at a basement that didn't come from Kellen.
He
I'm
called
alright.
down. You were hiding.
What?
I'm glad to see you all alive.
Just verily.
Though you are able to access the panel, Silurium, from the Epsilon unit, you would not be able to go into the room that as the doors unlock.
So, dogs. The children in the center. How can we get them down?
Give me a moment.
Without dropping them into the water.
Obviously. I didn't get you this far just to kill the children you came to save.
I would not have suspected you to.
Who of you can stand? On your own without any assistance.
What did he say?
Who of you can stand on your own without any assistance? Who's the most healthy?
I'm tired but able. What do you need?
There's another console inside the next room. You'll need to access it.
Inside the next room.
You would feel a ping. Your attention almost forcefully drawn to this passage.
Oh, it's a passage. Holy shit, I didn't even see that. I thought that was a part of the wall.
Nope. There's more here, brother.
Alright. Anyone else who's got energy left, let's go.
You're asking for the wrong crowd if you want energy.
That might be something I can do.
You might need assistance. Feel free to join them in the next room.
Oh my god.
Stepping into the chamber reveals something even more complex than the depot room. You would see what appears to be the most complex terminal yet, with strange psionic energy cores residing on either side, numerous wiring sort of hanging from it into the wall, and these countless screens that are there, depicting numerous images, strange and otherworldly. And you would see as well what appear to be these strange canisters bound on either side of the room, with odd dials mounted on top of them. They make no sense, but also have wiring running from them to the walls.
Well, Sodox did not say it would be easy.
What in the world?
He'll approach and place his hands just like on the edge, just kind of. He obviously has no idea what any of this is, but you know, sometimes you get that feeling that if you stare hard enough, you can figure it out.
Once you're ready, place your palms upon the gems. I'm going to activate a protocol that will move removes that center brine pool. It's often what we use to begin transformation of new bodies. It needs to be activated anyway, but it requires the cost of resources. Are you ready?
I don't suppose that I should be concerned about this cost.
It won't kill you if that's what you're worried about. But it definitely won't feel good.
Well, that's par for the course here, no offense. Alright. He'll square himself up and give a sort of that awkward thumbs up to Marana and then press his hand to the gem. Like, boop.
Okay.
Much the same way. Yeah. Awkward thumbs up. Let's go.
Let's go.
Are you both putting your hands on it?
If it takes the burden off of one person entirely, yeah.
Perfect. Kellen, you
Uh-oh.
lose your
No.
last spell slot.
Oh, fuck.
Marana, you lose your last 2 hit dice.
Yikes.
As both of your hands are placed upon the gems, you feel your body sort of pulled to it, as if magnetically. Like you can no longer remove your hands from the gems. And you feel that siphoning pull, that strain upon your body that sort of diminishes you for a moment. You would watch or hear behind you this sort of hiss as the metal door or the metal pane sort of lifts up, revealing the sort of glass window that's there, allowing you to view the inside of the chamber.
This. Okay. Good.
Deploying covering. Hold yourself for just a moment longer.
That is it of a choice.
Are you ready to uphold our end of the deal?
You're wanting to do this now.
I'm already activating the protocols necessary. It'll cover the brine pool and deploy my new incubation chamber. You simply need to give just a little more.
I'm unsure of what more we have to give, but the deal was the deal.
Sardox.
Area.
Before you release these children and give yourself a more mortal form, can you deploy one of the trauma units to investigate the children?
The trauma unit's already on its way. It's currently resupplying.
Understood. These cultists, if they're anything like what we've met before, they have ways of hiding their agents amongst the innocent.
Understood.
The chamber begins to shift. From the large center brine pool, the floor shifts momentarily. Latches begin to open, metal panels beginning to pull back to reveal large glass panes that slowly slide over top of the brine pool. From the center, this large, strange structure begins to emerge, causing the brine to sort of fall off of it, cascading downwards until it is standing fully upright. The glass forming around it. Give me just a moment. This shouldn't cause any issues. Perfect. In the center of the chamber now, you would see emerging from that sort of standing pylon a long glass tube. From it, numerous wires and various other smaller sort of apparatuses, similar to what you had seen in the chamber where you found the psionic energy cell the first time, are bound to this tube.
With the glass fully covering the brine pool, the Epsilon unit should be able to retrieve the children no problem.
Speaking of the children, how are they looking?
Why don't you roll me perception, and I'll tell you.
Sir.
Marana, you lose, at least currently, have expended the 2 uses of your feigned bite.
2 empowered uses, got it.
19. You would see, looking up at them for a moment, that they look haggard. They are unconscious currently, bound around their waists and their arms. They hang there limp. You can see just barely the small rise and fall of their chests. There appears to be, at least on a quick glance, it looks to be a number of humans. It looks to be potentially an elf or half-elf maybe, and a halfling. But even in this current moment, with everything happening, they do not seem to be roused from their slumber.
Yeah, this wretched sight weighs heavily on Alaric. His expression growing increasingly harder. Do we have enough food for them? Look at them, they're little tadpoles, at most.
Behind you, you would hear the sound of water being, or the sort of fluid being drained as the bodies inside of the tubes are pulled from it and splash, like are sort of jettisoned out underneath this glass pane into the brine pool.
God.
Grafting in process. Get ready. I'm sending the trauma unit to tend to you and yours. Make sure nobody disturbs this.
Epsilon unit, what are you doing?
How far up are they, and how do I get them down?
Currently, looking at it, you would have to go one at a time, but with your reach, you should be able to grab one of the children and just sort of like sort of snapping the rope and sort of pulling them free.
Oh, God.
I am, however, open to any other ideas you may have about reclaiming the children.
Well, were my body here, I'd get them with my body, but I can't do that. So... I guess she will reach up and just try to, as gently as possible, take them down.
Okay. Just for my own sake, why don't you roll me an athletics check?
Roll too high.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
Like picking
Sheila-
grapes.
Sheila's gonna kick around the bones and stuff of the 2 at her feet.
Aye. Just kicking them, or are you looking for something?
I'm looking for stuff. You
All
know what I
right.
mean? Picking through them.
Roll me a Actually, give me just a moment to double check what they would be. What you need to roll.
And then I'll move over to the ghoul.
Delightful. Go ahead and roll me a Arcana, please. If you're doing that. Don't private roll me, but that works just fine.
I'm still on private roll,
15. Easy enough. One by one. It is a very meticulous process, sort of making sure that you don't pull too hard and send the other children falling. It is sort of one by one plucking them from the sort of grapevine. And as you set them down onto the floor, their bodies are like limp, almost unresponsive. But eventually, after about 10 minutes of very meticulous care to ensure you don't drop them or anything like that, you do eventually manage to pull each of the children down, totaling in 7.
Yeah, she would slowly start bringing them down and setting them here, resting them gently for Alaric to assess.
Yeah, as they arrive, Alaric is already staged in place, prepared to take them from her hands. They seem really small in his grip as he lowers them sort of reverently down. There's a kind of energy to his expression as he does this earnestness, as though he's finally able to find some little relief after everything that's transpired, being able to set them down safely. And when he puts down the first and looks up expectantly for the second, there's this hurrying in his stare. And I imagine that...
as fast as I can, without hurting them.
I know. I just want to see them off of that thing.
You would see, now having a closer look, though dirty and again sort of that exhausted expression which has sort of taken their forms, you would see that upon their foreheads that similar symbol, though not carved, but appears to be like marked with paint, that similar symbol of the half circle with the 5 lions born through them.
Where is that painted on them?
On their foreheads. You snorting? You giggling?
Yeah, I do. I am snorting. Cause that sounds hella dumb. I bet they look foolish in there.
Yeah, I bet. Anyway,
After
Alaric is going to... Yeah, oh, go ahead.
After a moment, Kellen and Marana, you feel that grip on your hands relax, and you're finally able to pull yourself free.
And Marana immediately does so, kind of taking a half step back.
Yeah. Pull back as well. Lean against the window for a second. Hope he doesn't require too much more. I don't know if there's anything left for us to give.
Shield. At least for the 2 ghouls near you, you would be able to gather bone dust. A little pouch of bone dust. Of which you are able to sort of scoop them into a small pouch. You would get 2 of them. They have no expiration date. When destroyed, the bones of a skeleton collapse to the ground. Sifting through the remains, it may be possible to find bone dust coated with dark necrotic energy. The dust is commonly used in many necromantic spells and rituals.
Okay. Then she starts eyeing the ghouls.
Go ahead and roll me another Arcana for the ghouls. Well, the ghoul that remains. The other one's got plastered by the the Epsilon unit.
Not so good.
Ghoul. Let's see. with a 9. There it is. With a 9, you more so destroy it than get anything of use from it. Although, amidst it and sort of searching through the ruins of this corpse, you would find at least 7 silver pieces. So not all is lost. Alaric, what are you doing?
Oh. He'd be essentially trying to appraise the symbol on their foreheads, determine if he knows where it roots from, what it means.
You've seen this before. On the back of the ghouls' necks. And the tainted as well. Though often carved into their skulls, or the backs of them. It is a very prominent symbol, or the symbol of the cult that you fight. Though you've never seen it before. Outside of this circumstance.
While he's taking this in, would he be able to get a measure of what has them unconscious? Is it exhaustion? Any injuries? Or
they are
just
malnourished, weak, and exhausted. If you would like to roll me a medicine, you can attempt to discern how many levels of exhaustion they have.
Yeah, sure.
19.
Damn.
They have 5 points of exhaustion.
It's not like
oh my god.
death mode.
No.
6 is death. They have 5 points of exhaustion.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so they can't even walk.
Correct.
Jesus. Yeah. The way Alaric goes about sort of estimating how injured and famished they've been is by simply touching their necks, sort of holding them up, setting them down, feeling how weak their skin is in his grip, the lack of muscle tissue, the really gaunt and sharp features. It saddens him. And when he stands up again, he has this weighted look. Ruin how late they are, in a sense, at least by his estimate. Yuria, these children are marked. They have the same sigil or symbol in these monsters. I don't know what it means. Were they sacrifices? Did they intend to make them so?
Warrior trauma unit stand by.
Before being singled out by Alaric, would have been eyeing this cultist's corpse, preparing to bend down and rifle through his pockets. She herself looks haggard. Presti has kept the muck and the dirt off of her clothes, but there's no saving the ruin that her outfit has experienced through this journey. And with the latest round of acidic spray that washed over her, there is tears and holes in her skirt and any piece of leather or cloth that isn't her breastplate. She looks wearily over towards Alaric when he speaks to her. Probably they're going to suffer a similar fate to Anne, or whatever happened to that dragon thing over there. For all we know, that could be one of the children there, already transformed. Either way, I wouldn't touch those children until the trauma unit has had a look at them. We don't know if they are what they appear to be yet.
What? I can see them with my eyes.
Do you not remember Haynes Keep?
We're not in Haynes Keep. They're starving. We need to give them food.
You need to be patient, and let the trauma unit determine that they are safe.
Do you not recall what that machine did to us?
It is not going to hurt them. It is going to examine them to take notes, I hope.
You hope. If it was any of us, the risk I could accept. But we will not play with their lives.
Fielda will stagger over.
Funny. My opinion is just the opposite.
Start giving the kids a look over. I'll do a medicine check.
Go ahead and roll me messing. $15. What are you attempting to discern?
Injuries, anything along those lines. If there's anything we can do, will they be able to walk?
In their current state, no. Their current state is 5 points of exhaustion. And exhaustion 5 is speed reduced to 0. Exhaustion 4 is their hit point max is halved. Exhaustion 3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Exhaustion 2 is their speed is halved. And exhaustion 1 is disadvantage on ability checks. Exhaustion 6, for the uninformed, is death. By mundane means, they cannot be roused.
Alec, I don't think we have a real choice in the matter. They're all in really, really bad shape. As in, if we move them any further, we might kill them.
Could we not let them rest? Feed them what water and food we have?
They won't be able to eat.
Alec, the best thing we can do for them is get them out of here. Home to their families and their pets, where they can be tended to.
Do you not remember what that little machine did to us? Cut through us?
I feel like you didn't hear the words coming out of my mouth. If we move them, they will probably die.
While this has been happening, this large central sort of tubing here, you can see is already very meticulously forming the outline of a body inside of the free-floating purple liquid. You would see these sort of longer arms, very alien in design and appearance, already sort of taking shape inside of it.
This is happening quick, then.
Absolutely.
Well, it seems they've been outbolted. Fine. Let the little box thing help them.
The trauma unit will simply be doing a scan. Unless otherwise ordered by me, at your request, they won't be administering any healing.
Would you be able to heal them from their current state even?
I might be able to amend some modicum of their wounds, but just by looking at them I can tell that whatever they're suffering, they've been suffering for a while. They'll need far more than this.
Just need to be able to move them without killing them. So anything you can do would be appreciated.
Understood.
The trauma unit begins to move.
Scanning. Wounds detected. Please stand by.
It slowly moves over to Alaric.
Please remain calm.
He greets it with a grimace. Oh no.
Tendrils lash around your arms, sort of pinning you in place. Another tendril lifting upwards, producing that sort of almost comedically large needle.
There's this like struggle to remain willing, right? To stay lax and pliable. But Alaric does go stiff from time to time,
Please
kind of
don't
struggling.
resist.
I'm trying. Just hurry up.
Numerous contusions, lacerations, internal bleeding detected. Administering healing.
Oh, could have been what?
Go ahead and roll me a con save, please.
Oh, please fail it.
That is a success.
Damn
Despite
it.
your wounds, despite your pain, Alaric Crowvane, you feel those breaks in your body, that ache slowly begin to subside as this strange chemical product is being introduced into your bloodstream, into your body, and your wounds are being mended, and you are restored to full hit points.
How does this chemical affect like the outside wounds? How do they mend and soon and shut?
Why don't you
As
roll
it goes
me
through.
perception or investigation, whichever you'd prefer.
I think he'd be checking this out on account that he's awake. Perception.
Despite wanting to watch, at least from your restrained condition, you are not able to see any major of your wounds, which are generally along your back, along your calves, sort of being mended. If anybody else would like to roll, or if you would like to watch somebody else be healed, it would eventually relax the tendrils around you, withdrawing the needle, the cylinder changing one and then producing a new one.
Your wounds have been tended to. How would you rate your treatment?
Fantastic.
Acknowledged.
You would hear a
know
little
that-
beep.
Bing.
I know that thing's coming over here next. Just in case it renders me unconscious, real quick question. Based on what I saw in the stone, I know that you are collecting.
Please don't resist.
I'm not resisting. I'm asking a question before you possibly knock my ass out.
The trauma unit.
All right, so I'm going to say it quickly. Do you have anything to restore magical abilities to those, like, experiments that you had in regards to things like that? So maybe I can help attend to the children.
Numerous contusions, acidic burns, lacerations, internal bleeding.
Uh-huh.
Administering healing.
Go ahead and roll me a con save.
Be gentle.
Nope.
Well, now that it's so close, I would like to watch it do its thing.
Ashilde, the white hot pain surges from where the needle drives into your skin. Though you are mended, though the wounds, the fractures, everything you had suffered during this, even the sort of acidic burns that had been forming along your skin and your clothes, not really your clothes, but your skin at least mends itself. Yuri, why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check?
Alright. Alright.
She doesn't see shit.
Whatever happens too fast for your eyes to catch. Maybe on your turn.
Oh, goody. Yeah. Yep.
Ashilde does pass unconscious for at least a minute. You would hear it as it releases you.
How would you rate your treatment?
And then as your Peter Griffin posed on the floor, can't answer.
Acknowledged.
Yuria glances over to her shoulder to Marana. Could you go rifle through that cultist's pockets before I get,
There's a more Assured thumbs up.
Scanning for damage. Acidic burns, contusions, lacerations. Administering healing.
The needle changes, the changing cylinder producing a brand new clean one. It drives into your chest. At least with the breastplate, it almost seems to like affix to a port, like it was prepared.
That means it's less painful, right?
Correct.
Oh my god.
You do not need to roll a con save.
She braces, and then there's like that stiffness in her joints, and then she sort of blinks.
Unlike last time, where you weren't wearing your breastplate and caught
Indeed.
that shit to the chest.
Yeah. She looks down at the combination of her breastplate attached to the trauma unit. Oh.
Go ahead and roll me another perception check. Well, the DC was 10, so you would see what appear to be like thin, sort of purple membranes forming over the wound, like pushing itself up through the dermis and then latching over the wound and then forming this seal. And then it begins to sort of pull apart like thread from one end to the other end of the wound. And you would see it's almost like it's either like sutured or sort of stapled together and it like holds itself together. But there are no sort of distinguishing marks, no scars, nothing like that.
Does that sort of like membrane have like a feeling to it? Does she feel it, or is it just sort of happen?
In your situation, it just happens. For the others who don't have sort of armor or armaments from this place, that's why there's a con check with it, because this fluid is being pushed out through your wounds.
Ooh, that doesn't sound like it was. That sounds unpleasant to watch.
It is.
Yep. Aria looks down, goes, "Oh," and then quickly wishes she hadn't looked, as her pale face goes paler and she kind of looks away, like with a slight groan.
Retracting the tendrils, pulling it free, this sort of click and pull from the port in your breastplate.
How would you rate your treatment?
Certainly better than last time.
Acknowledged. Please do not resist.
Uh-oh.
It gingerly caresses your cheek.
Marana, go ahead and roll me an investigation, please.
Okie dokie. Hey, what's up?
21. Give me just a second.
Hey, hey.
See, this is why you have you poke the dead people.
Poking dead people. You want me to talk to him too? That'd be funny.
Game recognized game, right?
I mean,
You would see sort of amongst their person, aside with their very tarnished robes, as this one got absolutely chuckle fucked by the Epsilon unit. Its robes are tattered, but you would see that on its person is a very crude, or at least the result of having been trampled, a very like crude iron sickle. And with a 21, you would find a small, what appears to be like a small black bead.
Nothing on this bead?
It doesn't
I
appear
like-
to have any distinguishing marks. It's very, very smooth, no sort of divots or sort of faults on it. But you would also note that it doesn't reflect the light. It almost seems to take in the light.
Oh.
It's very small, though.
All right. Anything else on this cultist? Like, did they have any like symbols of their quote unquote faith?
Carved into their flesh, yes. Or tattooed upon their skin. but they do not wear, at least these ones don't wear any of those symbols. You would note, though, with the sickle being a half circle, would have five small sort of edges on the back end of the sickle. Probably the closest thing you can get to a symbol.
Okay.
All right. Galen.
Mm.
Scanning. Numerous contusions detected. Minor lacerations. Administering healing. Please do not resist.
Galen, go ahead and roll me a con save, please.
Oops.
Though you are restored to full hit points, your wounds mended, you do pass out. The pain is blinding as the needle drives through your sternum. You sputter, it holds you, and then eventually, after withdrawing the needle and your body goes lax, it just sort of, much like a shield, very unceremoniously drops you.
Draining.
Ranger healing. Acknowledged.
And then begins to move on.
Oh boy.
Run, run, Marana, run!
Please do not
No.
resist.
Democracy democracy is not negotiable.
Yeah.
The tendrils latch onto you, Marana.
Yep.
The final change of the cylinder producing the last needle.
Mm-hmm.
Scanning. Acidic burns. Contusions. Lacerations detected. Administering healing.
The needle drives into you. Go ahead and roll me a con save, please.
Yep.
Show that you would wake up.
Hey.
Marana, you brace. The pain is there, but you resist and stay upright and are healed.
Trauma unit gets a weary thumbs up.
How would you rate your treatment?
Perfectly adequate, thank you.
Acknowledged.
As it's moving away, you would hear,
Approval rating up by 5%.
Nice.
Did
I love-
fine, trauma unit.
I love that a hive mind still has surveys.
of course it does. After a moment, Kellen, you would
How
inhale
else to know
sharply.
How else to know everyone is thinking the exact same thing?
Right. Well, the moment someone says it wasn't that great, they fucking kill that guy.
The person
I
who
see.
made the trauma unit comes over and is like, yeah, it's not good enough for you?
Sucks, bitch.
Sucks to suck. We need to see you at HR.
Exactly.
Zardox is a trauma unit able to do anything for the children.
That's what I was about to get to. I'm gonna have it go ahead and scan any remaining lingering effects they may have on their person. This will take some time. It would also be better if the Epsilon unit was not running. If anybody could retrieve Silveril, that would be best.
I can go get her.
How complicated is the process of unplugging Cyril going to be?
You should be able to remove it just fine. However, be mindful. Any unnecessary movement of the probe can result in immediate termination.
I just have to pull it out. That's it.
Correct.
Easy enough.
Oh god.
I saw it be done.
Is Siluro with us? Oh, she's restarting her PC. Fuck.
Is there anything else I needed for you?
You've served admirably. There's nothing else that needs to be done. I'll go ahead and return the Epsilon unit to stasis and lock it, ensuring that it can't be used by the acquisitions team. And I'll make sure to wipe any trace of your use.
Speaking of acquisitions, do we know how close they are? Or if they have arrived?
I do not. I imagine they'll need to repair our functioning teleportation before they can move in. But they can do that from outside the facility. I do not have an ETA.
Oh. Do you have an estimate?
He said he does not have an ETA.
Okay.
Oh, you have managed to figure out teleportation?
Yuri gives Shielday almost an incredulous look.
There is a very poignant pause that comes over the projection, as if Sardox had initiated communication just for the pause to linger.
Well, if he is reading our brains like I think it is, it's an admiration, not a slight. You know what I mean?
For a moment, I mistook your dwarfness as being condescending.
No. Game respects game. They have stuff way beyond anybody else, so.
If you're interested in our teleportation, perhaps it's something we can speak about. But I'm going to need your assistance. You specifically, Shilda.
Alright. How
Approach
can I help you?
the leftmost console when you're ready.
Is it up in the room?
It's right here.
You know, if you wanted to be an asshole, technically, if you're looking at it, this would be the leftmost side.
Hey. This thing ruptures and explodes.
Alright, how can I assist you?
Putting a pause there for just a moment. Epsilon Siluro unit.
Yes.
Let me know when you are ready to disembark.
Well, if my computer would let me, function, that would be great.
Having PC issues still?
I've been having PC issues constant for the last probably 3 weeks.
God
I'm on my
damn.
phone.
Yeah.
How much have you been able to catch of the current situation?
I mean, I've been able to hear everything.
Okay, cool.
I'm just on my phone.
Do you want to wait before we have you disembark from the Epsilon unit then?
I mean, he still has to get back to me, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, then I will wait until my mouse decides to respond.
Okay. Perfect.
Because I can't click anything. I can still voice RP, but I can't click anything.
Is Epsilon Siluro unit just sort of standing by, just sort of standing on the edge there?
Yeah. She would have been, just kind of keeping an eye on the door, acting as general, looker, try to finder of creepy ghoulies.
Understood.
Overwatch.
On standby on Overwatch. Ashilde. You are prompted to place your hand upon the terminal. Now,
He does so bracing.
before you do so, before you commit, you have a choice. Understand that what you are about to do is complete the grafting process necessary for Sardox, Master of Engineering, to once more have a body. You can choose to uphold your deal, thus granting Sardox a new body. Or you could refuse.
Dwarves don't like to be in debt. Like, she would gaze to the other party like, do I go ahead and do this? Because I'm gonna if you guys don't stop. Like, she's like, I'm gonna if you don't stop me. You know what I mean?
No disagreements from this end.
Yuria, you would feel a gentle tug in your mind as shielding.
Hell? The hell is that?
Do you say that out loud?
No.
Oh, do you accept the?
Yeah.
Okay. That's me. You hear Yuria's voice.
Well, aren't
Sourceless
you-
in your mind.
Well, aren't you a little bag of tricks?
You. All right.
Thinking.
Sorry, I just thought you knew after everything we've done, but
No.
oh. Well, regardless, I note your hesitation.
It's more like I'm going to unless you guys have any apprehension. A deal's a deal.
Oh, I have plenty of apprehension. This is a creature that, well, considering what he's told us in the room, the enemy of my enemy is not always our friend.
No, but if I'm looking at this from a logical point of view, which I typically am, I currently cannot apply aid to any of these children by myself. And if any of these mixtures or anything can allow me to do so, I'm going to do it.
She looks down at the children. Always the children.
Well,
All right.
put your hand on.
This mental conversation is happening in real time, right?
I assume
Correct.
so.
Well, in the silence, the outward silence, because that's all Alric sees and hears. Do it. We're only as good as our word. Don't be afraid.
Shielda would look over with like a discerning grin. I'm not afraid, but oh, fuck it. And she puts her hand on it.
Okay. You lose 3 hit dice. Feeling that drain, there is a connection.
There will be a moment where I am not available outwardly, but in due time you will meet me.
Oh no, he's gonna be hot.
Oh my
Feeling
god!
the drain, that grafting process finishes. You watch as a light forms inside of the capsule, running from head to toe across this body, and you would see the final finishing touches, sort of grafting this sort of bright purple skin over a skeleton inside this strange anatomy. And you would watch as it finishes in mere moments. This audible hiss coming from the capsule as the tubes sort of break off of it one by one. And then you would watch as the glass pane sort of shifts, turning slightly and then sliding open over these like sort of seamless edges. A hand reaching up, these sort of longer fingers pressing to the glass pane and then pushing himself up, stepping out, a towering figure, this sort of wider shoulders, sort of alien proportions on how long their arms and fingers are, and the most prominent, of course, being the sort of strange pressed back face of this illithid. Tendrils not only emerging from its face, sort of hanging down over its chest, but also wrapping back sort of around its neck and shoulders and sort of hanging behind itself, almost beginning to sort of lift into the air, sort of showing the just sheer psionic power of this creature. As emerging, you would watch, standing upright now, their hands sort of shift over themselves once and claws begin to form.
Aw.
Not
And
quite
here
so
is Sardox, Master of
Got
Engineering.
clothes.
Damn.
Oh no, he's got a 60-packy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's Sardox. Lifts out of capsule.
I
Oh
don't know
my
if
god.
it's realistic that he would have clothes.
Well, he apparently used a magic.
What do you expect to find under there?
Anything.
Something.
Several somethings.
The answer was a specimen.
Why does it have pinchers to grab onto you?
But
I have
luckily,
blood.
all lithids are pretty much Kindles. There's nothing down there.
Shut up.
Maybe in your world.
It's the
Silence.
aesthetic.
Jesus.
It's
In
Pushing,
your world.
sort of reaching this hand up, he sort of runs it along the top of his head and then exhales, the tendrils shifting momentarily.
Gilda removes her hand.
That is much, much better.
Stepping out, you would see as he steps, his feet don't even touch the floor, sort of lifting off of it.
I thought you'd be shorter.
Perhaps a time ago I was. But our people have elevated.
Gilda steps away and walks back over to the kids and starts checking them over.
I must say I am rather glad that mortals are bound by their words. You'll make for very useful allies against the Empire.
well, at least ally sounds a step up from servant.
The idea did cross my mind, but I've registered the free will inside of your persons. Binding you as my serfs would be unwise.
You said something about leaving. Are you going to leave?
Yes. And
Why?
hopefully take this facility with me.
Why leave? You helped us save these children. Wouldn't you want to come out? Let everyone know?
And
There is-
Shilda does like this very slow head turn, like, and shaking like he really is a special boy.
The brow lifts on
His brows?
Sardox. Well, the eyebrow area.
Area.
The flesh lifts.
The
No,
ridge.
he's got huge caterpillars.
Where is he?
I love him.
Oh, he's
It's a very peculiar idea. I imagine your people would be armed with sticks and fire the moment I open my maw.
They'd probably try and run you through. Honest to goodness.
They
Wait.
probably would.
But what options do you have? You're here, under their town. Better they know you as a hero than anything superstitious. Give them time, they'll conjure all sorts of ideas.
I have no intentions of staying. The fact that your people found this place in the first is an issue on the Empire and myself. I'm going to ensure that this technology is put to better use elsewhere. After all, I'll need a new base of operations.
Yeah, I was worried that the town might suffer from this place as it already has. But you're planning on moving the entire facility somehow.
There are still specimens bound within. For your deeds, I would not have them unleashed upon the land. They'll be used against the Empire.
Fair enough. What about the structural stability of the town above? It's not going to come crashing down into a big gaping hole.
The way our teleportation works is displacement of Earth. Once we've finished moving this place, the Earth that we took from it will be replaced.
Shielda's brows quirk like, oh, that's amazing and horrifying.
Stardox, is there... If you were trapped in this facility all alone, you must have seen what those others were doing here. Do you have any idea what they might have used this place for?
Regrettably, my capacity for perception was limited. They found use in another within this facility. I believe you referred to them as the specimen collector.
Was the collector also an Elithian left behind?
Yes. Though
You
much newer.
You don't seem particularly eager to bring them back.
No. They're loyal to the Empire, and they view our left behind as a mission, a good. I would leave them, rather. I would expunge them from the facility, wipe their data. A permanent death.
Good.
Sort of interlacing his fingers together, you would watch as his head shifts to the trauma unit, who is already in the process of scanning through the children. You would see one of the tendrils is producing this purple light, sort of from head to toe, this very slow process.
Strange that they could use the specimen creator. When we interacted with it, it seemed very eager to try and link us to that elder brain you mentioned.
You're very bad at lying.
She seems somewhat indignant at that remark.
Floating past as if the act of walking is beneath him, begins to levitate up into the sort of center room.
That was one hell of a blow.
She's fuming.
How's your self-esteem right now?
She's malding hard.
How's that proficiency in deception feeling at the moment?
Brother, I think I've rolled it once this campaign. Truly a politician. Useless at 99% of the time.
Oh my god.
Womp womp.
As Stardox has moved into the other chamber, what are you all doing?
So what
Can
is
I go through here?
That's a glass.
Through the window? No.
Why not? Why can't I go through the window?
There's not enough room for you, I'm afraid.
I could go through the window.
Maybe I
It's
should
not
go
like
pick up
that
Silver.
big of a window, is what I'm saying.
I was just about to suggest that. Maybe Silver should be retrieved. I'm sure she'd much rather be here in person.
You would all of you hear as if the voice again is projected to all of you through Stardox's telepathy.
The trauma unit has completed its scan. There's no lingering maladies or any hidden afflictions bound within the children. They're whole, so to speak.
Seems your fears were unfounded, Tashilda. They're fine. Just need to rest.
Those
Alright. First off, they're not fears. You have what medical knowledge in regards to taking care of the injured, Alaric? Oh, that's right. None. All right. So they are so exhausted that if we try and move them or jar them in any type of way, they might succumb to the exhaustion and perish. So we cannot currently move them. What would you suggest I do? I don't have any means of assisting them. So the trauma unit is the only other capable healer in the vicinity.
Are you done?
Unless he has some magical, no,
Hmm.
I'm not, unless he has some wonderful whatever this is, way to help me get what I need back to assist the kids. What do you expect me to do?
How
Let
can you
him,
ramble so much and say so little?
you're still an idiot.
You're blocking my way.
She scowls at him. Can't you float?
It requires far more to levitate over a full-grown human. But this should suffice. I imagine you've taken everything of worth off of this one's body.
Wasn't much to begin with. No.
Good.
You would watch the hand shift, sort of unlacing itself from its other fingers, this idle wave. You would watch as the hood that the figure wears is pushed back entirely, revealing these sort of gaunt features, very pale skin. And you would watch as Sardox reaches down, sort of clutching at their clothes, and lifts them up.
No. Uh-oh.
And then you would watch as tendrils begin to wrap around the cultist's head, sort of pulling it beneath into this maw that is hidden.
A new body requires new nutrients to begin its metabolism. I'll start with this one, dead as it may be. It'll suffice for now.
You'll hear a sickening crunch. The destruction of the top of the skull. And then a rather grotesque slurping sound. As the gray matter found inside of the cultist's head is removed.
Oh, I just had to back myself into this corner, didn't I?
And you are watching all of it.
That's gonna be 5 stress on that.
At least.
At least. Indeedy too, that's half your stress threshold. Right there.
Most delicious morsel. I know they're dead, but I should imagine they can appreciate my approval. So many thoughts ran through this mind, exquisite in its simple symmetry.
Oh,
Well, as long as you're eating minds, there's 2 very alive ones probably still skulking around in this facility.
The ones that you encountered, yes.
One plunged themselves down the, UD lift, and the other one vanished.
Far beyond my scanner's range, I'm afraid. Once this facility is removed, however, they'll have nowhere to go. Unless, of course, they have means of teleportation.
Could they trick your specimen collector into doing that for them?
Potentially. But my hope is to expunge its data before I move the facility. I don't need the Empire knowing where this facility is moving.
He drops the body, letting it crumple to the floor.
To be careful. The mouth has a way of getting in people's heads.
Child's play.
Glancing around for a moment as there's this long pause, Sardox begins making his way back towards the this chamber.
Callan will turn and follow him. So you mean to wage a one-man war against this empire?
I intend for now to find a place to lay low. I'm no longer bound to the Elder Brain, which means I've lost my connection to the Hive. My thoughts are my own. I will explore this freedom. And with the facility, I hope to conduct a number of self-experiments on myself.
Now that you've experienced well, I don't know if it matters to you, but the Tarosian quality of keeping our word, I don't suppose I could impose upon you to not suffer the innocent with these experimentations or your feeding.
That ridge raises again as he glances over his shoulder and turns to fully face you.
Scotland just squares his shoulders and lifts his chin a little bit.
Elaborate.
Well, judging from what I just witnessed, I take it that you feed upon the brains of the living in general.
When it is necessary, yes.
Well, many here have oaths to protect those on the surface of this world, the innocent, those who cannot protect themselves especially. And while I level no accusations at you, I would be remiss if I didn't say that I have concerns about why you discover this newfound freedom, that perhaps you have not quite discovered a sense of morality yet.
A very human thought. You needn't worry. Before my connection to the facility, my favorite, that warm, beneath pale bone, fatty coils of succulent gray meat, my favorite was what was hidden inside the minds of drow.
Oh. And I suppose there's no harm there, then.
Does Yuria hear that?
Human morality.
It's still being projected to everyone.
Yuria gets very tense.
Human morality may be, but you're part of this world now, disconnected from the Elder Brain. It might do you good to explore that possibility. What right and wrong means to you. How the things that you do will affect the world around you, for the better or worse.
I don't
Certainly.
believe in all of my years of living that I've met a more brazen human.
I have definitely been accused of worse.
Tell me, have your people discovered electricity yet?
Have they?
Not in any places you've ever been.
And Shielda pipes up, no, at least not over here.
I do not believe so, no. And I suppose that to you that makes us very primitive.
It is one of the stepping stones, so to speak, when considering our place amongst mortals. Their technological advancements are something of an interest to us. Now, I've been away for very many years, but your people have yet to discover electricity, and our people have been on this star for thousands of years. I believe your morality is what limits you. binds you to the restraints that you live in.
Maybe. Who is to say, really? But let's say that someday in the future, we were able to leave this world altogether. Quite a fantasy, perhaps, for most. Wouldn't that morality be what drives us to do good elsewhere, not just here? Keeps us from killing our own families and friends, or allows us to make friends, help people in need.
Are your people still warring against one another?
It depends on how you look at it. In some cases, I suppose, yes. We're not perfect, but
You could be.
I have a hope that one day we will move past that sort of savagery. We have bigger threats than our own selves, though. We have beastmen raiding from the forests and wild places, monstrosities, and other blatantly evil things going on.
In all of my years of existence, every world we've traveled to, mortals have always fought amongst themselves, shed the blood of their brothers and sisters, over ideals.
You think a lack of ideals will end the bloodshed?
No. They are simply the wrong ideals.
Another ideal to the pot.
Well, I guess despite our lack of having electricity, as you say, there's still a potential, is there not? One day we will, and one more besides.
Potentially. I've seen mortals rise from their huts, wielding sticks and fur as clothing. I've seen them rise to create fantastic civilizations, to rival even those who've been wandering the stars for eons. But they fall all the same, driven by false ideals that pit brother against brother.
You say that as if you're not about to go up against your own empire. You're a walking testament that your own ideal is wrong.
I still believe that the world is unified, or can be unified under our rule, that people can be elevated. But they abandoned me, left me to rot. That is what drives my ire and anger.
Revenge?
And so you are brought low to the level of the rest of us mortals, driven by emotions, driven by desire.
I suppose all my time inside the machine has limited my functions. Perhaps now I'll see reason after a time. Return home. But for now, I intend on stoking this flame, seeing what it births.
Now, if you're not going to prey on the people of the surface, and I suppose I have no place to tell you what to do or what not to do. I guess I can only wish you luck unless you require more from us.
You and yours have done much. I will say before you leave, I'm not going to let you take everything in the facility. I will need some of the remaining supplies. As such, I scan about. Some of them are hidden from my view still. My sensors need updating. There are a number of caches scattered around the facility. You'll have some time to loot them before I leave. But you won't be able to take all of them.
suppose you have an inkling of which we can and cannot get to, or should not take?
No idea. What was bound inside the contents of the cache have been purged. I have no idea what resides inside.
It seems that those caches require expenditures of energy, which, as I'm sure you're aware, are quite low on. And those children need proper rest, as Shirley said, before we can presume to move them. How long do we have?
Give me some time with this terminal. I'll see if I can't delay any attempts at teleportation into the facility, but I will not be able to hold back acquisitions for long.
I think as soon as we're able to safely move them, we shall, but I suspect as soon as they're safe to move them, we will be out of your space. He was almost about to say hair, and then he looked up and was like,
Clever. Go and tend to the children.
There's one cache in particular, bulging and ornate compared to the others.
Sardox pauses, glancing back over his shoulder and looking at the two caches that are in here before.
Where is this cache located?
Back in the room outside where I am.
the depot, I believe it was called, yes?
Perfect. Once you've disconnected Siluro from the Epsilon unit, you'll be able to use the terminal to draw that crate into the depot room.
You don't know what's in it then?
I have an idea.
Wow.
This is something that you would like for yourself.
There's a pause.
It could be very useful to me. However, you and yours have assisted me beyond any capacity mortals have had to offer in the past. For that, I am thankful. As such, I would ask to keep that crate, but you are free to see its contents, and if the contents inside are useful to you and yours, you may keep it. But I do not want you taking it simply because you can.
Maybe, so you're saying to assess its worth to us and decide from there.
Correct.
I feel like that's fair. We should retrieve Siluro from her brain needle thing and see to the children, and then from there we can look into these caches.
I've established a connection with everybody here in the facility. Let me know when you're near her. I'll send the trauma unit with you. Once you're ready, I'll disconnect the neural link.
Very well.
Right. Some of you go and get Siluril. I'd say some of you go look for those caches. I'm going to have a quick discussion with our friend here and see if any of those concoctions can do anything to quick up the pace with the kids.
Oh, I guess you can try using some of these. And she'll focus on the compartments in her back to open up.
This sort of audible hiss as both of the vials lift up, allowing Ashilde to remove them.
We'll take them.
You should ask him what those are.
I'm sure
Fine.
she has the exact intention of doing that.
I am.
I'll help see to the children. As he turns to go, he stops at the doorway. Sadox, thank you for your help.
There's a nod, returning
Wow.
his attention back to the terminal.
I'll step in.
Next to annoy the tentacle man.
Leave me alone.
Get out of my lab! I'm so tired.
What's Pornhub, Stardox?
Get out, get out, get out.
Stop it.
First off, the alloys and everything in here, simply amazing. I don't know what each of these vials do, but I'm looking to try and get the children up and moving as quickly as possible so you can be about your business and get out of here before acquisitions comes. Any thoughts on which ones would be more appropriate or what to look out for?
What chemicals do you have?
I don't know which two. They had them.
You have the red chemical and the yellow chemical. The red chemical heals, but also opens someone's mind. At least that's what the specimen collector said. We don't know what the yellow one does.
Place those onto the counter over there. Once I've finished my diagnostics check, we can go over what those compounds do.
Appreciated. She sets them down.
Putting a pause there with Ashilda and Sardox. The rest of the party.
Okay, but I have one question for Stardust, because it's been bugging me this whole dungeon.
Yeah?
Yeah, Yuria will prod. Okay, since we're not playing games anymore, what is an alienist?
There are a number of definitions within our society of its purpose, its use. Think of it... No, mortals do not have that capacity yet.
I mean, even by the definition of the word, it's something that studies something that is foreign to the individual.
The study of extraplanar beings. Information pertaining to them is often recorded and studied by the alienist. We use them when getting to a new planet or star. They find relevant information pertaining to new samples, new subjects.
All right.
Now, one thing that would be uncommon is she kind of holds a reverence for like the materials and stuff here. So once she places them on, she puts her hands behind her back and clasps her hands.
We'll come back to that in just a moment. Rest of the party.
Right. Well, what's that
Sorry.
question?
Quick question. Was that whole conversation with Yuri and Sardox, was that just one-to-one?
I'll let you know when it's one-to-one.
Okay.
Otherwise, assume it's to everybody.
Oh. Understood.
Solaril starts moving as if like she's walking back to her own body to get it. She's just like,
You could walk over the glass, by the way.
oh,
I have a quick request. Can I swap out my old token for my new token?
Yes, I'll do that in a moment.
I walk
Where
around.
do you think you're going, Solaril?
Going to leave myself.
The passages will not allow for the Epsilon unit to get into the more narrow ways. You'll have to remain here and trust that your companions can get to you.
Wait.
He's right. It is a very slender path.
We should probably, most of us, go in the event that anything still lingers.
True, but there is this. She side-eyes the large corpse of the draconic beast. That might require study.
Where are the children at? I don't actually see any.
They're near the trauma unit. It would be 7 tokens. I'm not putting that. Use your fucking mind.
Imagination.
No, DM, I refuse to use my imagination.
In
We're
this
2D.
make-believe fantasy game.
Hey, yo.
Ridiculous.
Where those 7 children come from?
Oh my god!
Wow,
Amazing.
that's crazy. They really are.
Suddenly,
like,
I'm immersed.
damn.
Oh wow.
This is like the 7. It's like the cart all over again.
Real quick, Ashila's gonna think something so that everyone can't hear it. Sardox, I know you might be able to hear me in regards to this. Before you leave, I would be amiss if I didn't ask you if you had anything in regards to anatomy to help me learn a little bit better.
We'll get to that in a moment. You're on pause.
I just don't want to forget.
Then write it down!
For the sake of your allies, I'm going to move the Epsilon unit into the depot. Just in case. Unless you wish to stay here.
Sure.
Very well. Moving the Epsilon unit. You'll find it waiting for you at the end of the hallway.
Celerol, these large, very similar to the trauma unit, sort of tendrils latch into ports on your pauldrons and your arms, and then lift you slowly into the ceiling. Actually, put you there for right now. Alaric, Yuria, Marana. And I assume Kellen?
I guess we're all going? Yes, we are.
I think 4 of us making our way to the depot is.
Oh, slow down.
Ah!
Long legs.
Stop running. I thought you learned this lesson by now.
Sprinting ahead.
Go.
Oh no!
Make
Oh
a
no, he's
lemonade,
stupid.
I'm done.
I go to solo any ghoul that's in there.
Stop that man. He's going to get gassed again.
Oh my god.
No.
I'm just moving my token. Why are you power gaming my character's actions?
Stop him.
Stop that man. He's insane.
Stop.
Go ahead, you go first.
Oh, no, after you.
No, mark the pace.
No, no, I wouldn't want to be impolite. Also, I'm still little.
Yeah, get a better computer.
Damn, Alaric loaded first?
He lives very close to you.
But he always has problems loading.
Oof.
Had.
Yikers.
Had? Ooh, belay my last. Sorry.
Wow.
Americano now, baby.
There is this sort of chill that is formed in the air, by the way. You would realize that now that the facility has gone to its full sort of capacity, or at least not as limited as it once was, that at least the Illithid prefer much colder temperatures. So much so that when you breathe, there is that haze that leaves your lips.
The AC's on, boys.
Alaric likes that.
And it's like a crisp 30 degrees.
It's actually
Beautiful.
below freezing? Holy shit.
You mean Celsius, right?
Yeah, you mean Celsius, right? You
Isn't
mean
that still
Celsius,
hot?
right?
Isn't 30 degrees Celsius hot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the joke.
Absolutely not.
This is home.
It does have, there is this sort of strange pang of like homesickness that when you feel that cold sort of seep beneath your clothes, that where like the goosebumps form up. You can feel that subtle cold from the vents above you sort of blowing down on top of you. If you close your eyes, you might just be able to believe that you're in Kareem.
Harkens back to the mountain home.
Ah, yes, home where there's air conditioning.
This whole place seems alive in a way.
Kellen stays behind.
This whole place feels like trouble.
True enough.
Slams into the back of Marana.
Runs over.
Desperate there.
Leapfrogs.
Other
I'm
Cyril.
deploying the trauma units.
Wow.
Peter Griffin
that.
posed on the floor
a
with a giant needle stuck in her brain.
That's
Cyril
crazy.
von Ashford.
We left and she was blonde, and we came back, and now she's a redhead.
You would see,
Wow.
compared to
Oh
when
my
you
God.
did leave her, that some of the, like, there's not only that large sort of port in her back, there's been this sort of, like, articulated glasses that have formed over her eyes, as well as various sort of, various other little sensors that are connecting from the glasses up to like the temples, the center of her forehead, her like cheeks down to her throat.
Oh, like a kind of digitalized visor with panels and things.
Indeed.
That's cool. So she's thrown across the floor. The cable is not suspending her by any measure?
No, she's still sat up against it where you guys had left her.
Alaric approaching seemed rather sure-footed of what he was going to do, but seeing the projection of metal coming out the back of her head, he looks back to these two, not quite so sure anymore.
I can do this. Looks at it. You know what? What if we
No,
just
do
leave
it.
her here, guys?
So we just pull it out?
I believe that's what he said.
We don't have to press any button, no turning it, wrenching it, nothing like that.
Maybe, well, the trauma unit's here, so I believe you just grasp it firmly and pull straight out.
Oh, God.
The little healer is here in case I fail, I imagine.
Or probably just to bring her back to full health.
Couldn't you just ask it to pull out the needle?
Can you remove the needle, Jin? Alec, looks back.
You know my name.
Oh, you're also the healer.
The trauma unit is under my control, yes.
Oh, well, can you remove the needle, Sardox?
I cannot. I'm here in the unlikely event that you fail.
Oh, that's comforting.
Figured. Right, Yuri,
Would
how about you
rather-
try?
but
What?
Sorry.
Why me?
You have tiny, precise hands, very clever.
You know, I wouldn't want to cause an international incident by accidentally killing royalty on Tyros, so maybe you or Marana should do it.
You think they'd have mercy for me? I get a rope all the same.
I would rather you not kill the one whom I've come to like. The psionic capacity is rather unexpected for mortals.
I'll try not to take insult. Yeah, DM. Alaric is gonna try to pull the thing from the back of Cyril's head.
Fantastic. Alaric.
Yeah, amazing.
Here we go.
Athletics check, please.
That's not... Can I rage?
No,
Can I rage?
no, you can.
You can rage. That'll
DM
have a result.
DM, I'd like to reckless.
Fucking pulls her head off.
Oh, Jesus.
No, it's a joke. I'm kidding. Alright.
Oh, buddy.
Because
Yo.
why not?
Yo.
It's always there, waiting.
High or low?
Really is. Hey, can I use my Bloodguard shield? Because
What, read your
Suffered.
blood guard shield.
I know.
What's it say?
So when I'm subjected to a critical failure, I get to reroll.
Pretty sure it's a critical hit.
Damn it. Alright, yeah.
I mean,
High or low? You know what? We're in a low moment. We're
Oh,
going
God.
low.
oh no.
Silveril.
Yes.
Dropping 20 points, leaving you with 1 hit point. Alaric does manage to wrench the needle partially out. It gives you this weird fractal-like vision where you are partially viewing the room that you're in and viewing through the Epsilon unit. It is completely disorienting. Alaric.
She throws up. It's just a vomit. It comes out of her non-moving body.
What did I say? I would like
What?
this one alive, please.
You told me to pull it out, and I pulled it out.
Try again.
You would see you haven't pulled it out.
Oh.
The needle is still embedded.
Oh, it is.
You just wiggled it around.
However, with a 24, you didn't outright knock her unconscious. So,
Oh, we won the roll. Nice.
correct. I need another athletics.
You know what? I'm feeling it.
I'm
Sure.
feeling it,
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Krabs.
Fantastic. Pulling it free, there's the moment where her head sort of lurches back and then lurches forward, and she is no longer paralyzed. Silveril, your vision is finally pulled entirely from the Epsilon unit. That sort of gasping, sputtering breath as the sort of bile sits in your mouth. Blood just oozing down from your neck over your armor, sort of soaking your tabard. You are free with 1 hit point.
And she wakes up and just is. She wakes up to this screaming sound, just completely out of it.
Does she jolt when she screams?
Yes. What?
Uh,
Of course.
Alaric will sort of try to seize her and hold her in place. You're alright. It's us.
That's probably the scariest part. Yuri will sympathetically cast Presty on Silveril to clean the vomit. At least on her tabard.
Breathe, Silveril. You'll be alright.
She is silent for some time.
Let me know when you've regained your capacity. I'll administer healing.
Give her a moment. If she's just woken up, a certain insulin runs in her family when they are rudely awoken. Might attack you.
What are you talking about?
Cyril, when she's awoken, she hits you. Have you never
Oh.
done it?
I've never gotten close. Not when she's sleeping.
She kind of like falls back against like the thing here. Just like rests against it.
Alec, I don't think she's going to be striking out anytime soon.
There's just blood down the back of her head.
Bloop, bloop,
Fucking.
bloop, bloop, bloop.
She's a redhead.
Well, if she's sitting up, Alaric will sort of
What?
let her go and help her, like, situate herself.
She's a
Against the
Vanir
platform.
now.
Yeah, she's a redhead.
Wow. That's crazy. See? Red! No, wait, that's blood.
Oh, shit.
Alaric doesn't have, as a barbarian, he doesn't have any of his, like, latent magic anymore, right?
No, I wouldn't say so on account that it was given to him. It wasn't his.
I thought you were. Oh no, that wasn't a feat, right? You took a skill expert for your level 1 feat.
Yeah.
Gotcha. For some reason, I thought you still had some modicum of magic. I
It's
must just.
rage.
That was Sabine who had it in the natural abilities.
No, I was thinking of Ibrahim, because elf.
Oh, yeah.
Elf.
Schmerf.
Still an elf!
Are you ready, Cyril?
As old as I will ever be.
Welcome back to the world of the living.
Unlike the others, the administration of this medicine is almost more gentle in comparison to everybody else.
Motherfucker.
Oh. I see we're playing favorites.
Yes.
She huffs.
Very unseemly.
She huffs.
You do not need to roll a con save, Celeron. As the others would see through the wounds, that purple membrane forming up over them, and then beginning to fade into its various thread-like components as the wounds you had suffered over the entirety of your body, both internal and external, are healed.
Fuckers.
There is still that lethargy that's there, that moment where you were inside both your own consciousness and the Epsilon unit. There's still these sort of lingering fractal images from time to time when you blink.
That. Oh god, I'm gonna be dreaming about this shit.
I'm going to return the trauma unit to its stasis so it can recharge.
Right. Thank you.
It begins to float into one of the nearby sort of seals, lifting into the ceiling and then vanishing from sight.
Can you stand?
Yes.
He'd offer her a hand.
She would take it and stand.
It is very cold out here now. The whole place has come alive. Might take a while to get used to it.
Right. It feels fine to me.
You feel at home, Celeron.
Yep.
There is almost this shudder that comes from your flail. This low, resonating rumble.
Ashford's Cyrill's home, right? The Ettenmoor.
Correct.
Yep.
Has it ever gotten this cold in the Ettenmoor?
It depends. There are times during God's Night where it can drop considerably, especially in sort of the mountains or sort of areas near the mountains. But otherwise, you're looking at sort of more temperate, like usually winter it drops down to like 40s. But to go to the point where it's starting to get below freezing, no.
Summers must be unbearable.
Well, it's because the land has been sort of magically terraformed after the defeat of the Giant Kings a long time ago. It's not so much that it's hot as you have to deal with humidity.
That's worse.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting some things, and then the children, and then we're out. That's the plan here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have to let Sawdux know so he can open that chest.
Where's the dwarf?
She's still with him.
With the children.
Yes.
Well, he can't keep her. She's coming with us.
Well, yes, obviously.
I don't think that was ever the plan for her to stay.
There's like a shrug from Alaric. I heard her complimenting his work. I imagine maybe she'd want to stay. She's a scholar, no?
Why don't you all roll me a perception check?
Sure.
Every time Cyril blinks, there's just like this like shiver twitch of her of her shoulders.
Mr. Aldane?
Aldane to the floor. Pay
Oh,
attention.
I thought I pressed the button.
You
I
think
was just
of both.
waiting for the thing, but I
Gale
guess
and Aldane, now bored.
Nope. Well,
All of you would see it.
press the button. but-
Along the sort of terminal here, along the screens, you would see the image of Sardox. And then a voice.
I've taken a preliminary scan. In your immediate vicinity, I scanned 3 psionic caches. Here in the biolab is another 3. Whatever 3 you choose, I'll be taking the other 3.
Can you open them?
I can.
If we decide to leave whatever in that special case over there, will you compensate?
Roll me a persuasion check.
It's been 87 years since I've clicked this button.
No.
I wish I didn't click it. That's D&D, baby.
Would anybody be trying to assist Yuria?
What exactly? Like, how did she phrase it exactly when she asked?
If we decide to keep
Leave this crate.
right,
Can
to leave
we-
what's in that crate after we've examined it behind, will we be compensated?
Nope.
I have proficiency in persuasion. I'll aid Yuria with.
You said we could at least take a look and see if it was worth anything to us. And it certainly is worth a great deal more to you.
Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Go ahead, Yuria, go!
Wow.
20.
There you go. Atta girl.
Don't patronize me.
Fuck you.
Very
Yeah, fuck you
well. Go ahead and take the 2 remaining crates inside of the depot. I'll let you have another one here inside the biolab. And I suppose I'll point you to one that's confined within the walls. Hidden compartment, so to speak.
Thank you, Sandok.
Think nothing of it. If you and yours weren't as entertaining as they are, I don't think we'd be having this conversation.
Right.
The offer still stands, by the way.
That's directed towards you, Cyril.
What option?
To join me. Your psionic capabilities are fascinating for a mortal. You could join me in the Under Empire when we make a new one.
Right. She blinks again.
You needn't tell me the answer now. But before you leave,
Who wants to roll some rolls?
What kind of rolls are we talking?
To control the cranes to get the boxer to you.
Ooh, crane game, crane game, crane game, crane game,
no.
crane
That
game,
makes
crane game.
Sounds like Cyril then.
Crane game!
Okay. I need you to pick a skill.
Crane game.
I need you to pick a skill that is your highest or one that you would prefer, and I need you to pick your lowest proficiency skill.
Okay, that's athletics and performance, ironically.
Perfect. Performance is your lowest?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not actually a bard. I just took the bard background because I want her to have, like, she's an entertainer at heart.
Also got kind of nerfed with your charisma loss recently, too.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We're going to start with you're going to pick a crate.
Big one!
A big one.
I can't wait
What
to watch
was
it
it?
smash through the window.
Isn't that the one we're supposed to leave?
I thought we were opening it.
We're gonna open it and see what's inside. And if we decide we don't want it, at his request, because it's not useful, then he should compensate us for a box, was the argument.
That was the
It was calling the Cyril before we came in. It was like, I want
There we go.
this.
Starting
God.
with the big one. Go ahead and roll me your athletics roll.
A big one.
Now, this is how it's going to work. Okay. This is how it's going to work.
You said
For your
roll!
highest roll, you need to get high numbers. For your lowest roll, you want to roll low.
Oh, don't say that. We're gonna crit 20 every time. Oh boy.
Well,
So with
I'm
a 20, you are able to move this crane arm along the wall and get it into position over the large glowing crate. Now I need a performance roll. You want to get below a 10.
No.
Hey, let's go!
Perfect.
Big
The
bird, big
crane arm latches on, lifting the massive crate up and begins to sort of move it towards the wall. You would watch as a panel opens on this wall and pushes the crate out onto this nearby table.
We open it and see what's inside, and then judge for ourselves.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll open the crate from here.
Do we need to be ready for a crate?
Yes.
Her eyes narrow on the crate.
What do we need to do?
You need to tell him when you're ready.
Ready. Come on.
Is it going to explode? Or...
Yes. Everybody roll dex save.
I'm
Ah! Oh my god. In a box.
Hold on.
Load!
Moving over to the box. Moving over to the cache. You would watch as this very sort of ornate process happens where the horns on the skull shift inwards, then sink down. You would watch as the jaw unhinges, and you would watch as compartments along the box begin to move and shift, recreating a completely different symbol on the top compared to before. You would watch as it splits directly down the center and pulls apart. Inside are two things. The first is a beautiful golden jar of some sort. It is highly decorated. You would see that there are numerous sigils and runes that are bound running from the seam in the center all the way down. And you would see that on top is a glass sort of portion that allows you to view inside. This is a funeral jar. It contains within it the mind of a mind flayer. I also need a D100 roll.
From who?
The psychopath.
Yep. Mhm. Sardox be like, I like this one. Silver will be like,
Bound inside is what appears to be a weapon made of incredibly durable black metal that possesses an oil-like reflection to its surface. Numerous lines are carved throughout that give this weapon its monstrous look. When lifting it, the weapon imbues the wielder with a faint sense of familiarity, as if aware of how much this weapon has gone through. It is completely foreign in appearance, although after some time of holding it, you would learn its name. It's a psionic form cleaver.
oh, what?
It looks... Let me post it.
Where's the darkest image?
It's coming up, don't worry.
Where is it?
It looks like this.
Bitch, I'm getting all the weapons coming together. I'm out here.
Oh, but it's black and teal.
It's also
Beautiful.
a great axe.
You think that matters? I told you, I cheat.
Oh, that's cool.
It is empowered. This weapon has been magically infused, allowing the wielder to bypass non-magical physical resistances. Damage and attack rolls made with this weapon have a +1 bonus to them. Let me show chat.
Right.
Like a big axe, reset.
Indeed, a form cleaver, as it is called. Breaking down the physical form of any entities who stand in the way of the Illithid Empire. Wielded by their more monstrous, brutish brothers.
I hate the idea that there's Oliths that can just wield that and be like, yeah, bro. This is one-handed.
Is it one-handed?
Legit.
No.
Well, that's two-handed.
It's a great axe, so absolutely not. Probably one-handed for the things that are meant to wield it, though. Lol.
Hey, it's a good question. I'm playing a great half elf.
two-handed half elf.
Why would you ask this? Stupid.
Hide and grip. What can I say?
Oh
And
my
this is
God.
the thing he wanted to keep.
That
He wanted to
and
keep
the
those two.
brain.
I don't think we
I'd
really
like to
care
roll
about
Arcana
that.
check to see what we could actually do with the brain, if we even wanted it. What's the potential here for brain? If I can.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me. Yeah, go ahead and roll me Arcana.
Here. Yeah.
I gotta check something. Hold on.
Yeah.
I gotta double check something. Keep going. What are we
I
doing?
want
I'm
to eat
saying,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
No.
I
That-
love.
Wow. That's like the third
Ooh.
roll.
Yeah.
You have no idea what you could do with that. Perhaps somebody else you know knows what you could do with that.
You're right. Alaric, what do we do with that?
We spread it out into the wind on some fancy peak. It is ash, no?
Yuria tries desperately to rack her brain to think of what possible use a brain could do, what advantage she could gain out of this. And then with a long sigh, she relents. Sardux, what use does the mind flayer brain have to us?
For mortals, it depends on how far you're willing to push yourself, I suppose. Consumption of the brain is a means of sharing memories, knowledge. That is my intention with that. To consume it. Learn whatever that brutish one knew, and add it to my own collection. For you, however, I do not know much of your mortal ways on the surface. Who knows what you could do with it?
Sounds like it'd be more useful for him in his quest to fight this empire.
Well, yes, but don't tell him that.
Now, you can choose to take this crate and get 2 more, or you can forego this crate and have a total of 4 crates. So you either get 3 or you get 4.
My vote would be for the 4.
He was going to give us 5. Because you said 2 more.
2
He was
more.
already offering 3.
Plus, he said we'd get 1. Plus, he said he'd open up a compartment.
Oh, yeah, the hidden thingy.
Plus
Yeah,
L.
he said 3 plus 1 from the biolab and the hidden one.
Isn't that 4?
If we just... Sorry, I was under the assumption it was 3 plus 2. Sorry, I play D&D. I can't do math.
It's all right.
you know
It's all
that.
right.
Play D&D, I can't do math.
But yes, I thought the deal was 3 plus 2. But either way, Marana can't see a use for this. For
Yeah.
her particularly.
I'm not really a great axe wielder, so...
I'm not really into eating brains.
That
Come
either.
back to me when I'm a wizard.
Well, Braun, like, all I have to do is eat a brain. Done.
You know, I really want the axe, but I don't think Alaric would go for it. Because it's really alien looking. It's not appealing to the eye, I don't think.
Ooh, I got bad news for Alaric if he's looking for something that isn't alien looking in here.
He isn't, is the thing. I am, but not Alaric.
That's fair.
Silo Real,
Yes.
what you thinking?
I mean, we can still look at the other ones, can't we?
Absolutely.
We don't have to make a decision now.
Oh, if that's the case, we can just pack it up and crane game the other two.
You pack it back up?
Oh, I think she means bring
Well-
the stuff to him.
There's one spot, so you have to put the box back or send it to the biolab.
Sardox, if you were to consume the brain, you wouldn't be, I don't know, willing to share, would you?
Brain?
You would have to stay for that. What knowledge I would learn from that is a lifetime. Not something that can be easily taught in just a few hours. But if you were to stay, then perhaps I could teach you a thing or two.
Well, no offense, but I have obligations, so I shan't be able to.
Yes, you have to protect up top.
No disrespect, Kellen, but you lack the psionic capacity.
I can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
There's no response.
Man, this is awkward.
So let you figure that one out.
So where are you sending the crate, Silo Reel? You putting it back or are you sending it to the biolab?
I'm confused. We can't just like open them all and then choose?
So at least bringing it into this depot room, there's only one spot. So you have to like trade out crates. If that makes sense. You can't have all of them in one room. In that one, particularly, it's, are you keeping it or are you waiting? And if you're waiting, you'll either have to send it away so you can make space for the next crate.
So by the biolab, we're sending it to Sardox, is what you mean, right?
Correct.
So
Well, we have to go back there anyway. Couldn't we just send them all there?
Potentially, yeah. I figured you'd want to play the crane game, though.
Oh, I plan on playing the crane game, but we can just send them all there
I can't
after
wait.
we've opened them.
Once we're done with the crates, we get there and he's already eaten the brain. He's like, oh, sorry, I got nothing for you guys.
Eating into fucking our dwarf.
like wiping his mouth, like, oh, I'm sorry, I was hungry.
He's
And-
Hey, I have 7 appetizers here. And a main course.
I know.
He's eating the brain like a bag of Cheetos, just like miles of pan.
Just fucking fingers
Oh,
covered
shit.
in
Oh,
orange
hey.
Cheeto dust.
Oh, fuck. I was expecting you guys to take a little while longer.
Yeah. Oopsie doodle.
So if you would like, you can send it to the biolab and then play the crane game again for the next one.
Let's just do that then. Unless you want to do something special.
I can't believe this campaign has been reduced to loot boxes.
Correct.
We're not.
They're
What?
$5 each.
This surely is the worst.
Fuck, I was wrong. I hate it here.
This is ran by E EA.
No! Oh god, we're done. We're going to be paying for our item slots next.
Oh no. So yeah, I guess we're just sending it down to the lab and we'll just
Crane.
open up the other ones and see what's there.
Perfect. Are you saying anything to Sardox or are you just sending it?
Oh, well, I guess we'd talk to him.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, man.
We are sending the crates your way. They will be easier to go through and carry when we are all in the same room.
I take it you're holding off on claiming that crate then.
I feel like not having a shield day here is an inservice to her choice. Not being able to weigh in on whether she would want something. So we are sending it there.
Very well. I'll keep my hands over the brain for now.
He's hungry as fuck.
He's famished, brother.
Yeah.
His new body just got grafted. My boy is hungry.
So I guess crane game part 2?
Indeed. Siloril, pick your next crate, please. This one? Oh, that was Yuri
That was
attacking.
me.
Which one are you picking? You have this one here, and you have this one here. Oh,
Let's just D20 though.
perfect. Go ahead and roll me your athletics. You need to get above a 10.
I've changed my mind. I don't want this one anymore.
The crane arm moves over it, beginning to unspool the sort of hands that grapple it. Now I need your performance check. You need to get under a 10.
Oh no!
Wow.
There it is.
It goes up.
It sort of claws along the surface, sort of gripping it momentarily. The crate then falls, sort of slamming back into the shelf as the crane arm moves back up and then resets itself.
Yeah, so it kind of grunts and like her left hand goes to the back of her head where she's like got this drying blood. She just kind of rubs there for a moment.
It's very similar to crane games in real life where the arms just couldn't grab the item. If you would like to try again, you may. If you have any means of imposing advantage and disadvantage on yourself, this is the time to do so.
I got plenty of ways to impose disadvantage.
I think we've all forgotten the point. A part of the. I got nothing. I got no gift of metallic dragon. I got no side die. I got no second wind. I got nothing. I ain't got hit die.
Go ahead. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I'm also completely empty. So.
I ain't got nothing. All I got is bloody back in the head and
Nice.
PTSD.
Hell yeah. Let's use that
DM.
PTSD. Let's go again. What's up?
Could I use Mage Hand to help direct the crane when it lowers?
Okay. What's the range of Mage Hand?
30 feet.
30 feet?
Yeah.
30
So if I
feet of
move
rings?
So I moved like right.
If
Move
you were to
each.
go outside
Oh my god.
and
Feet.
sort of direct like a foreman, I will let you choose to either give advantage or disadvantage on one of the checks with the assistance of Mage Hand.
Then I won't see what the cool loot is, and I'm self. All right, I'll go.
I was just gonna drag you through the window, but that works.
Just yeet you you're through a window. What? No, it would never.
Yuria just phases through, just T-poses.
Perfect.
I really wanted to emphasize pushing Kellen out of the way, you know, before
Grabbing him and
Slam him
just
into the terminal.
shoulder check him with the fury of 1,000 tiny elf women or human women. Wow, elf women. Anyway,
Are you giving advantage to one of them or disadvantage to one of them?
Well, since the Mage Hand would probably be more useful when she's lowering the crane as opposed to adjusting it, I'll say disadvantage.
Okay.
Also, it's funnier.
Siloril. You will roll your athletics normally, but have disadvantage on your performance checks. So, go ahead and roll me another athletics, please. You need to get above a 10.
Oh, there's Mage Hand.
That is a certified Mage Hand moment.
She died.
Beep.
She fucking like a fuse fucking snapped.
There we go.
Yuria is over here getting forklift certified.
That's right.
The arm moves, lowering itself. Go ahead and roll me your performance check at disadvantage. You want to get under a 10.
pretty neat how this facility is now OSHA certified too. Now that we have safety procedures.
No, it's not. I don't have a hard head on.
Oh shit, you're fired.
Yeah. Please don't hit me. For the love of
Crane,
God.
Crane just beams Uriel.
Control.
Let's stand back here.
For the love of God. just, even with trying to direct it, just watching it completely, Mrs. Mercuria frowns, almost in concern, and mentally she would announce, maybe Cyril spent enough time on the terminal.
I don't think, does anybody have anything to
She
give?
narrows her eyes at Yuria.
I can give myself advantage on the first check, probably, but that's about it. With steady aim. But that's about it. Can't give myself disadvantage.
Alaric,
I don't think so.
oh, you have something. I was about to ask you if you're willing to give it.
But I like being a lion man.
Your last charge of rage would give Celeral a -2 to her performance rolls, given your current rage damage.
Wait, what?
How would he be able to pass on such a thing to her
It is
willingly?
Willingly, it is by placing your hand upon the terminal and having that energy pulled from you.
Ed, how is this being conveyed to my clumsy barbarian man?
Sardox could explain it.
I see that you're struggling with the controls. They can be rather finicky. Some of your companions still have usable resources, pockets within their minds that contain, how best to explain it, functionality. Mortal minds are comprised of that rather succulent gray meat, but contains within it a source of energy. If one of your companions is willing to expend some of that energy to assist you, you might find the controls are much easier to use.
A pervading silence from the party.
I got like lunch in an hour, guys. Can we hurry this up?
I see. Yeah.
Union requires us to take a break for at least 15 minutes every 2 hours, so you
Look,
know.
Union requires I take an hour lunch, so we gotta hurry this up.
If Alaric gives rage and Marana gives her last charge of wails from the grave, it could be a -4.
I still won't get her below 10.
But
For the
but
next
I don't
roll.
want to give him my gray matter, man.
Why not? It's for the next roll. It's not for this one. For the next attempt.
For the next attempt, sure.
It's basically every attempt after this. Well, if you willingly choose to give up that current use, Scylla will be able to roll normally for her athletics and then disadvantage with a -4 for her performance.
All right, I'll do it. Yep, there it goes.
Do you ever like to silent image to create a giant arrow that says, putting
No.
it here?
Alaric.
Why not?
Yeah.
Rather quiet, buddy. You keeping your
Yeah.
last charge of rage?
If he doesn't give it, she's getting a -2, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Alaric is gonna watch Morana's approach and watch with a sort of trepidated expression how she nears the console. What are we going to do with it again?
It's draining, but if it aids us and we can leave sooner before acquisitions show up, then I think it's for the best.
I just touch it.
She nods.
Alaric's right hand slowly comes up and he begins to move towards the console, but he's holding eye contact with Morana. As though waiting for a warning before he sets his palm across its panel.
You would feel almost like your hand was seized, like somebody grabbing your wrist and sort of firmly planting your calloused palm to the gem. Then you would feel this siphon, this sort of pull from your body that causes the veins to sort of bulge beneath the skin. It's not the worst feeling you've ever had. You've taken beatings before, but this just feels like a sort of forced lethargy.
Probably relinquishing some kind of inner vitality in a sense as well.
Absolutely.
With it comes a sort of torpor, probably, and Alaric would hate that.
But as you try to remove your hand, you can't.
Well, he doesn't. He braves it.
We'll put Morana here. Siloril,
That's me.
Crane time.
God helps.
Athletics. Success. Performance. Disadvantage -4.
I rolled an advantage, I'm sorry.
Well, got a
It's-
0. That's perfect.
The box is taken, sort of latched and then pulled, and then is deposited here.
Open it up. What's in the box?
Did that really help?
I didn't say it like a gremlin. That's why I'm not a D&D adventurer.
Did you say that to Sardox or Siluro?
No.
Oh, no,
I didn't
sorry.
say that at all.
Alaric. I was talking to Alaric.
Sure.
Yes. I can only assume.
The crate pulls apart momentarily, revealing the contents inside. And we're going to roll.
Give us some good shit. Come on, give me that gun.
Anything,
bro.
I think.
Finding inside 2 items.
Ooh.
You would find what appears to be a strange stone, about palm size, with a soft green gem in the center. And you would find residing next to it another compound. This one a white color. They would look like this. Give me just a moment. I'll post them for you.
Does the green gem thingy, does that look like the thing that Ashilda had picked up?
Maybe.
Ah,
Oh god, here
another
we go.
trauma
Although
gem.
not orange. Hers was orange. This is green.
But similar in make.
Similar enough.
Who wants to
Ooh,
get
another
'em?
trauma gem.
Let's go. Hey, we don't know. Maybe this is like the Mind Flayer's time in the Florida beaches.
Yeah.
Mai
Nightmare
Tais.
mode.
Mai Tais and pineapples.
Yeah. Sucking brains out of coconuts.
I put them in chat for you.
Got a fucking straw.
Horrifying.
Ugh. Okay. All right. Okay, we have a stone and another chemical. I think we should send that down to the biolab so that they can tell us what it is, at the very least.
Probably for the best.
After all, Shilda might know more now.
Well, either way, in any case, we still have to open the others, and
Oh shit! God damn it!
What?
I said close.
Right. There's still one more.
whatever hidden things.
You are packing it up and sending it to the biolab?
I think that was kind of what we agreed, our MO.
Yes.
Okay.
So that we can review it with Ashilda and see who wants what.
Right.
Let me know if you're sending it, Silver.
Yes.
Send it.
Fucking send it!
Okay. Sending it. You have 1 crate remaining in the depot.
What time it
Silver
is,
will
Silver?
kind of roll her shoulders and continue.
Let's see it, gamer.
Some pinball wizard shit going on.
Athletics. Normal. Immediately, the arm sort of slams into the nearby wall.
Yuria
It
fucking jumps.
It immediately resets your progress.
She is hiding behind one of the the shells.
This is the closest one.
Sailor Room, what are you doing?
Sorry.
She's doing her best.
Her best is going to get me killed.
Then maybe you shouldn't have gone down there.
Could
You
we,
want me to stop helping then?
Only seem to be whining.
Oh, let's just try again.
Because you seem to be failing.
Wait. I'm doing my best.
That's fine. Just try more gently. Please.
Sure. That charisma score coming through.
Sure.
Ukraine
Dot,
time.
dot, dot.
Let's see it.
Backseat gaming.
Success.
There
Moves effortlessly.
Wow.
There we
Look
go.
at that.
Go ahead and roll me your performance disadvantage with a -4.
You
It's
got
control.
it. Control. Hey!
Fantastic. The last crate
Yeah.
slides in.
Open the box.
Oh, it's in our room now.
Correct.
Oh,
I got a prop.
Nice.
Oh my god.
You got props, yo.
Opening
here I
it, there's a moment that passes. And you would find a singular item in this one. Presenting itself first is a sort of clenched fist. Comprised of an incredibly durable black metal in the shape of a fully enclosed gauntlet, it possesses an oil-like reflection to its surface. Numerous lines are carved through that denote a more elaborate purpose. The inside is lined with a gel-like material that conforms around the wielder's hand, imbuing them with a strange sensation of familiarity, as if aware of this weapon's purpose. It is a singular gauntlet.
So we don't know what it does yet.
You want to put it on?
How big is it?
It appears to be like relatively large, but as you sort of put it near your hand, it sort of conforms to fit your hand.
Yeah, Alaric will reach in and scoop it up.
There's a decent weight to it.
Is it cold to the touch?
Absolutely.
Is it flexible at all? Can he move
It
the
ap-
slots where the fingers would go? And
It
all
appears to be very articulate. Like it has very like articulated movement.
that? Does it feel armored, or is it just...
It's armored, though. As you hold it, you would almost feel like your vision sort of pulling away from you, almost as if you can see a little bit further.
This armor, how does it look? Is it like segmented plates of something? Is it in
It
its...
looks like this.
Ah,
Oh, very
extra
well.
coming. Alric, no Doom Festival.
Pause, yeah.
Mhm.
Let me magnify that. Yeah, we're gonna put it on. Actually.
Oh,
Interesting.
just
Sliding
gonna-
it on, it conforms. The gel sort of taking to your hand its shape as the gauntlet resizes. You have a feeling that if you willed it, you could potentially transform this weapon. And you would
Alric.
learn its name. It is a recurve link weapon.
Oh, what?
Never heard that in my life.
You wouldn't have.
If you spend a bonus action, you can transform it.
Interesting.
Do you spend a bonus action?
Alaric, he sort of, when the box came open and the gauntlet was shown, he sort of pushed his way through as though something called him to the front, bedeviled by the sight. He reaches in, slips it on, and he flexes out his fingers inside of it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's gonna, why not? Yeah, you know.
The band along the back shifts momentarily, pushing itself around into the center of your palm, forcing your fingers to hold it. From the gauntlet, which encompasses not only your hand, but almost the entirety of your forearm, you would watch as metallic bands lift upwards suddenly, as if shot up, and fully open, sort of extending outwards as a thin purple sort of a line connects from one end to the other, creating a great bow.
Huh? Well then.
Yuri arrives just in time to see Alric wielding a great bow. Oh. So that looks pretty useful for maybe Kellen.
Perhaps, unless Alaric has a penchant for archery. But I believe he will have to take some time to unequip it?
At Juria's suggestion, he turned to Kellen, sort of expectant of his opinion on that. And eventually he gives a sort of sideways nod. I've never been one for archery, I suppose.
Well,
Well-
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say we could always put it back and send it, discuss more.
Yeah, we don't need to make a decision right away, of course. Sure wouldn't say no to a better bow, but perhaps we should make this decision with everyone present, yes?
But he willed the bow away.
Absolutely. The moment you think of it, it whoosh, collapses in on itself. The sort of center handle that you were holding then once more returns along your wrist, and that faint purple beam that connected from one end to the other fades.
He opens his palm, letting the mechanisms fold and tilt onto themselves, and then he would try and slip it off.
Oh god, does it make that sound?
Yes,
Nice.
because of
His
the
hand.
gel-like interior.
I'm rethinking this. I'm kidding. It's actually
That's
kinda
your
cool.
glove. That's yours now. Enjoy.
He
Why
would
is my
lower it
glove wet?
into the box.
Placing it back onto the sort of center pedestal, the crate once more closes itself. And at Sillerell's discretion, she can send it off to the biolab.
Now we need to find this hidden thing that he was talking about, right?
Well, I think
Calling
we
that
have
from
to just.
McLeod.
I think we have to decide whether we're keeping the brain axe jar.
Oh.
Then he'll tell us that.
Oh. Understood.
That's how I understood it.
Real quick, is there anything else this party would like to do here, having shipped all 3 of the crates back.
Is there anything else to do here?
Tell me.
What's this? That. What's that?
Break that fish tank? Yeah.
That's the tube.
Would you like to try and get it?
I mean,
Oh god.
Sardox, there is a tube, like box in here.
large glass jar?
One of our specimens bound within a container, for ease of transport.
Well, perhaps we shouldn't mess with it then.
Sardox, why did the Empire leave this facility? And how quickly did they vacate?
Give me just a moment.
Dialogue initiated.
Correct.
Loading.
They abandoned it rather quickly. The facility undertook damages caused by an escaped specimen. It damaged the coolant systems and flooded the facility. It was dealt with, but judging by the logs, the Empire deemed it an unnecessary expenditure, writing it off as finished when they had gathered most of the data and specimen from it. They didn't see a reason to continue funding a failed facility.
How did you manage to save yourself?
Though the facility flooded, my main compartment was elsewhere, off-site. I wasn't hindered by the facility's flooding. I was hindered by its lack of power, however.
How many of your... Maybe that's a personal question.
How many of us survived?
Yes.
Me and the specimen collector. Over the course of the years, about another dozen of us died. When auxiliary power turned on, there were only a few of us left. And eventually, the damage caused by the flooding would inevitably erase them. They're gone, whatever wisdom, knowledge, lost to time.
You... Well, I suppose you sound remorseful, at least to my ears. Did you consider them family or friend? Do you have a word for friend?
Far more elaborate than what mortals often deem as friends. What I am speaking to you in is a more simplified language, something more understandable to mortals. But when we speak, it is though every emotion, every expression is portrayed. There is no guessing as to what that one is feeling. You understand it in its entirety. They were my brothers, my sisters. They perished due to the negligence of the Empire.
I suppose that doesn't leave a lot of room for privacy.
There are no secrets among us. My knowledge is theirs and theirs mine.
I am sorry you lost them.
Condolences.
You get a feeling of, or at least the sort of emotion that you can feel sort of projected to you, as if Sardox is attempting to show you how their sort of kind communicates as this feeling of understanding and thanks, the emotions tied around it and feeling in its entirety.
Sardux, you speak to me of kin, and I do understand that loss, or at least I think I can relate. However, you also speak of consuming the minds of drow, and there are drow who are very close to me. I don't know exactly where you intend. But I might have an idea. If drow is what you're after.
Having taken a scan of your memories,
Of course
you
you
needn't
have.
worry. The location known as Shademore will not be my point of interest. There's a location in the south. Your kind refer to it as Suna. It's often uninhabited, or if it is, it's inhabited by monstrosities. Deep beneath the surface are many caverns and caves, leading to other, more isolated tribes of drow and other such underdark dwellers. I'll be going there.
And just
I
like
see.
that, it's like sending a tactical nuclear weapon to Suna.
Well, to the drow underneath Suna, anyway.
That's the dude.
I suppose that makes sense. There are stories of your kind relayed amongst the drow that I have heard. As you can imagine, are not pleasant. I suspect if rumors of your kind persist in Shademore, then it stands to reason a bit of empire might be there.
We have been on this star since its founding. A fledgling empire at first, but we have long since expanded. Our tendrils reach not just beneath this Shademore, but through the entirety of the realm.
Eerie grimaces. That's quite a lot of miles for you to run against. Even for all your hubris, that seems like a tall order.
You've been here for such a long time. Do you know of things going on the surface even thousands of years ago?
Vaguely. There are specimens left over, some notes that weren't taken.
I guess I would have asked about if you had known anything about the people who refer to themselves as Ahrani.
We do not catalog them by subspecies. Humans are designated as humans, elves as elves.
Fair enough.
But I'll see what I can find. See if there are any particularly fond alienists who took a liking to these Ahrani.
I'm descended from them, so I have a bit of a personal interest. Supposedly they were apart from the humans that now are common in this third age of ours.
Make your way back to the biolab. We'll talk more there.
Fair enough.
Cutting from there, back to Ashilde. I'll let you guys know when you can walk back on screen. I'll grab
Kim,
that Silo Reel token.
DM, I speedrun there. I clip through
No.
the wall. I crouch spam.
No clip. Go!
I backpedal and crouch spam until I clip through the map.
360 no scope your way through the wall.
Ashilde, you've been with Sardox for some time, of which these psionic crates would be sort of delivered. I'm going to put 3 down. Back. You had questions for Sardox, I believe, right?
God, they crushed the children.
Frozen to death now. Goodbye.
That would be very unfortunate.
Yes, it would.
So I was stating the alloys and things that you employ down here are nothing like I've ever seen. My Dwarven compatriots would be envious.
Your people have access to the materials which we use, though we do employ a more foreign substance to the alloy. Much of what you see is comprised of star metal.
Star metal. Duly noted.
With our ability to traverse the many planes, wandering the stars is something we've done for eons. Star metal is so common there.
Well, I mean, there are some dwarfs that have managed to acquire similar abilities to what you have, but nothing as grandiose. They live deeper in the mountains, closer to the Underdark.
Rather brazen, given what lies beneath.
Stubborn people.
That's also noted in our logs. The resilience of dwarves. Dudagard, specifically.
Those are the ones in which I'm referring to.
Mad slavers. Though they are useful, their acquisition of drow is something to be admired.
Though I admonish the coldness in the way you do things, I do respect the progress that you made.
Our hope is to one day elevate the entirety of the people of this star. To bring more into the fold. To lift them above petty squabble and infighting. They will see the wonders of the universe and what lies beyond. They need only open their eyes.
I mean, your medical capabilities vastly. I mean, the things I've seen down here, I wouldn't have even dreamed.
Many of my kind suffered more grievous wounds upon entering the star. We were fledgling, using old knowledge. Our technology was nothing compared to what it is now. We had to adapt. One of the first things we focused on was the improvement of medicine. That is what kept us alive. Against whatever plagues, diseases riddled this world.
My father said progress takes time. And you obviously have been around a lot longer than any of us.
You can join me, you know. Learn all of this. Experience what it means to be elevated. Understand the wider world and the stars beyond.
That endeavor would be selfish of me, though I will admit it is a temptation. I have other ambitions, Thorox.
A pity, but understandable.
I too seek to unite my people. Dwarves, humans, even the elves of this continent. That's why I came here.
To unite those that would stand against you.
No, to unite those so that they stop quarreling over whose land is who, make it more united. Free travel between the provinces, things along those lines. I am actually looking for something that is a bit of our past.
A
Trying to
titanic undertaking. Mortals are not one to give up their old ways.
No, there will always be conflict and self-interest. Always. Trying to get above that, well, it would be a miracle.
Perhaps. The
But
crates are arriving.
That they are, but I don't. Siluriel and Uria's ability are enviable. I have my own, but they are not anything akin to yours.
I hope that they join. Follow me, so to speak. The psionic capabilities detected in both of them are unlike any other I've found in mortals. They could be a great boon against the Empire.
I think both of them also have their own ambitions, though they haven't said it aloud.
Indeed.
But I'm looking for a thing of myth, or an idea of my own. And through that, I've been looking to be inspired to travel or find what I originally set out to look for. Some of this is inspiring, believe me.
It's not often that I find a mortal with the capacity to not be even the slightest afraid. You speak so calmly. It's almost admirable. If you find inspiration here, I wish you the best. You may not join me, but I hope that one day, if we do meet again, you've elevated your people above rock and stone.
That is my goal. I mean, even casting the magics of this land are difficult, but you can either give up or adapt. And she'll show the runes on her arms. I chose to adapt.
Curious. Grafting is a science, and yet you've done it to yourself without the knowledge. Perhaps there is hope for your people yet.
Well, thank you for all that's worth. It's just interesting to see everything you do. I mean, I worship Ayun, the Lady of Knowledge, and she has gifted me with boons. And this place is nothing but.
I'm afraid I do not know who this Ayun is.
Oh, you haven't run across any of the greater beings then, have you?
Greater beings. Your kind refer to them as Erina.
Correct.
Now, we avoided their ire during our landing, using a conflict that raged upon the surface to slip beneath.
Well, I give my reverence to one of those by the name of Ayun.
Curious. Is this where your kind derive their powers from? These Erenar?
Some, others not so much.
You can see him turn, placing his hands upon the console as the screens begin to flash, various images moving through them, strange lines of text that mean nothing. You seem to have given him an idea.
God help us.
Uh-oh. Yeah, fucked.
But through your medicine alone, I have abilities in which I can heal the broken and things along those lines. But nothing on the state that you can.
You had
Have
an
not been-
interest in the compounds you found, yes?
Indeed.
You possess 2 of them. Compounds to us allow us to create all manner of our medicine. What you have there is compound A3 and compound F2. Together they can create a rather mundane tincture. But if you manage to find any of the other joining compounds, you can create something even more powerful. If you're looking for healing and medicine, that's where you'll find it. Hopefully your allies find more of the compounds not left behind.
That would be good. I'll go out and start looking through the crates to see if they did. But I will say, as grisly as we find some of the things you do, I mean, I got a front row seat via one of your stones. How many other things have been experiments that have gone awry? Or something along those lines?
Thousands. Hundreds of thousands, I imagine. If not more, given how long the Empire has sat upon the star. The creatures you saw in that soul stone. Kobolds. A meager, insignificant race. Bound to the wishes of those draconic fiends. We
Oiler, you on the wrong
liberated
continent.
them. Elevated their people. The scourge resin made them stronger, better, free from the will of the draconic overlords they served.
Well, a lot of the people here revere, I should say, the dragon,
The dragon.
the first.
A singular dragon has taken hold of this land, then.
He is, he is a deity, like Ayun.
An Aeronaut.
Indeed.
Interesting. And you say he rules over this land?
He's revered.
Revered. Feared. All the same.
It is said that he was one of the, during the breaking, and that he was one of the ones that came back and helped the people.
Altruistic. A unlike many of his kind that we have recorded. How curious. Thank you for this knowledge.
Well, I'm going to go look for those compounds. If you have one of those handy-dandy stones that can give me knowledge of anatomy to better do my craft that way, by all means, hopefully I can find one.
We'll see. Your companions are approaching from the east.
Very good. I'm gonna go out and start looking through the crates.
Feel free to start moving, party. The one marked with the cross swords is the special crate.
The brain.
The brain. However, as the party begins to sort of make their way back into the facility, we're going to take a break. I just realized the time. Let's go ahead. Let's take a 19-minute break. Let's meet back at the top of the hour.
Interesting.
And we'll meet back with the party arriving at the biolab, and we'll pick up that roleplay there.
Okay.
Factor wheel. Ah.
Oh, Joe Blaine, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Super Spells. That's super kind of you. Thank you.
Right on time, too, because I got mozzarella sticks.
For as long as we are on break, if you have any questions pertaining to the game, the players, characters, or myself, feel free to ask them using your channel points.
Welcome if you got them, boys and girls.
Hopefully, thus far, the game has been interesting.
I mean, it's a lot of dialogue, but that's not surprising. I mean, when else are you going to talk to a mind flayer?
Yes, talking to a mind flayer is not something most people get to do.
And live.
And live through the experience.
So, what's it like in space? Shut up.
It's pretty pog.
Wow.
Oh shit, for real?
Join me and I can show you.
I can show you the space.
But why would I want to? I can already see it when it's nighttime. Smile. You're pretty dumb, you know that?
He's just like, oh,
Psionically pulls Yuria towards it.
And now for the feast.
Here's a better image of Sardox that you're able to open.
He's hot.
Oh.
From the neck down, anyway.
I have a question for Shilde. Since your life essence was used to birth Sardox's new body, how does it feel to be a mom of a mind flayer?
Wow, that's horrific. Good job.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
And horrifying, especially after one of the first things he did was pop somebody's skull like a jawbreaker.
He did literally Capri Sun the dead cultists, so I mean, what'd you think was gonna happen?
It's like, interesting. I'd like to go now.
Murata pinned in the corner. Get me away, get me away.
She's just like right in that little corner, just like, oh no.
He's making eye contact with you as he's
Unblinking eye contact. He's like, what? I thought you'd be into this.
Now that you've resurrected me, I will show you this was the morally correct choice. Wait, really? No.
She's like, no, I only drink the juice. I only like the juice.
My man's like, time to crack open a cold one.
It's been years since he's had a cold one.
It is. He's fucking hungry. He's like, damn, their brains and shit, give me. I'm hungry. Give me that brain.
I'm just imagining like him on the skull, and she's like chewing at the guy's ankles, like. Yeah, it's like yes, hold him like that. Let all the juice drain.
Oh, you know, if you want, just rips out the dude's heart. Here you go.
He's fucking cringing at her like, why would you eat that part? It's inedible. Ew.
The juice is the best part.
You know that's not where the brain is, right? As she bites the neck.
Arguing over the finer points of eating a human being.
Ew.
He has no boys to crack him open with. Yeah.
He's it's like him eating chicken wing and she's out there eating like chicken's feet. And he's like, "Ugh."
I feel it's just kind of stuck in that middle point between awe and horror. You know what I mean? Horror at the things he's done to different creatures, but awe in the progress of like the technology and stuff. So she's just trying to keep herself even.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. You're really cool. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can show you the world. Literally, we can go to space and you can see the whole world. Sadly, I can't use points because I'm on PS4. It's all right. You can ask your questions. It's okay. Is Alaric considering a possible career in lobotomy in the future?
I don't know if he's here right now.
I mean, if this whole dungeoneering thing doesn't work out, at least he has now more experience than most.
Scrambling
he goes to
people's
work
brains.
at the,
True.
Yeah, works at the sanitarium, just scrambling people's
I mean,
globe.
Miranda and Alaric could go in and partner.
Yeah.
And it'd be a team
Like,
effort.
hello!
I love the idea of Alaric being like, I rage. And the patient's like, what? Grips head.
He roars.
Welcome to
grab head,
mad medicine.
jank back whatever construct is attached to their head and half of their hairline. Why not?
It'll grow back.
No,
As he
I'm
rips off the scalp.
saying, I promise, I'm saying. Alaric wrenching in the little tool.
Alaric discovers chiropractic.
Turning it like one does to a key in a ignition.
Unconsensual chiropractor.
Wait, he worked last time.
Let me correct your spine.
No. Dungeon Master, I would like to
you.
reckless to get that brain out. Please, God, no.
I promise I'm saying, I promise.
God,
That's what they all say. Are they right?
I'm so fucking glad I'm average intelligence on this character right now.
Man. The one time I get to roll fucking persuasion in my life, like the second time in this fucking campaign, it's like, hey, you like it too?
I helped.
Yeah, you did. But I shouldn't need help, damn it.
Alright, well.
I got a +7! Why? I only have 4 proficiencies and 2 of them are charisma.
Warlocks don't get a lot, do they?
No. And neither do nobility. They're stinky. We're not trained to know things or do things.
What, you don't have 9 proficiencies?
No. No, I don't.
Silly as shit right there.
I figured with my big charisma, I could just get other people who have proficiencies to do things. It was the
a
perfect plan.
See, we're just having a good time. I'm making friends with a mind flayer.
That 17 ain't looking real, real friendly.
Real friendly.
Alaric be like, this needle way longer than I thought. Wrenches it through, pokes out through the top of their head. Whoops.
Fucking pulls out the spike halfway. Yeah, it's out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Everyone looking at him like dead ass.
Facing a mind flayer is the one time it does not pay to be the most intelligent in the party.
Thank
I remember
God.
we fucking came across in elective hours. I was like, goodbye, party. I'm running the opposite direction.
Wah, 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 wah. No, please.
Well,
That reminds me. Fucking.
Sheila, let me just say, I'm really glad that you're part of the party all of a sudden.
Why?
Because I have a
you're the
16
smartest person. Yeah.
Damn. Your brain looking like a double-wide surprise.
Well, not only is she smart, but she's got psionic abilities. Eat her.
No, I'm the employee. I'm the
No,
intern that
I'm
doesn't pay.
keeping that one. You just...
Yeah. I'm the intern who's promised payment eventually, TM.
Like, the one thing, like, if you read the little blurb on the Mind Flayer, like, anyone who I think it's above a 15 int, they'll try and convert to.
Yeah.
What are
He's trying
the?
to
I mean, he
converse.
did offer. He did offer a lot of the party to come join him. Like,
You guys are quirky, quirked up adventurers.
Here, let me.
Goated.
I
Here,
like
let me
that.
put this tad.
Goated and int.
Why don't
Here.
you join me?
Here's this tadpole. Be my friend.
Yeah, but I
Here's
mean,
this tadpole, be my friend. Oh
to
no.
be fair, he do got, like, this man, he's been in a box for, like, thousands of years, and he comes out and he immediately grabs some drip. So he does have priorities.
that
Before
was
he
the first
eats-
thing he did. Is he literally
Before he
came
even
out.
eats, he's like, bruh, where are my threads? I can't let these quirked up adventurers outshine my drip.
He just like literally pops out, decked out in Supreme.
My man's got motherfucking, he's got fucking, what is it, like glimmer effects on.
If Shielda wasn't too scared to blush at the, hey, you figured out grafting, and you're not even that far along in science, she would have blushed.
Oh my god.
What are
Is he
the-
hitting on me?
What are the chances of a retired Mind Flayer sitting on a beach in a hammock with a skull that has a straw in it and one of those little umbrellas? Very likely.
That's the 1%. That's the boss who decided that Sardox was not worth the effort. He then immediately went on vacation after saying that.
Rent free.
After dooming his own kin, he's like, that was a lot of work. I'll see you guys in a week. And he left.
Goodbye.
Yeah, we got the data. I'm
You
out.
son of a bitch.
Why do you think Sardox is pissed?
I will give
Probably
it to
got
s- Oh, dude.
He probably got like a picture of his boss like in the Bahamas. With
Wish
the
you were
brain.
here, not LMAO.
like a-
Like LMAO.
Yeah,
Get
sends it
fucked.
over the fucking like group Slack.
No body, Lamau.
Sardox literally joins the group chat after however many years. It's just, I lived, bitch. I will give it to Sardox. You really have to admire his self-control. Party should probably be happy he's so elevated. That way he's not going to be controlled by his baser instincts. Had it been like a lower ranking Illithid, there'd probably be like, yeah, go on ahead. And then Ishilda's like,
Okay, roll initiative.
Yeah.
I'm in danger.
I was half expecting the I'm hungry. Yep.
That's the sword box.
mind blast.
The question
Grapple.
The question that Sparks wanted to ask, but Ashilda wouldn't. So, what tastes better, kid brains or mature brains?
Is it like
Mature.
veal? Oh.
Children brains are unformed, soft tissue, even softer than usual. They have no memories yet. There's no seasoning.
No information. No information either.
Exactly. They're
There's
like
no
people who've
substance.
lived
They're-
lives.
They're basically like cotton candy. There's like nothing to it.
Yeah, it's like junk food.
Like,
There's nothing to it.
out of character, I know Sardox just got the whole lowdown on that cult.
Oh, he did, yes. He went,
Damn. Why didn't I make it? I can't believe they did that to a basilisk, Lamau. Idiots.
Jesus. Even we're more humane than that. Holy fuck.
Oh my god. Why?
I'll be right back.
Like giving an iguana sentience.
I'm trying to unify the races and they're just spawning out more problems, man. What the hell?
That's literally what happened.
A sentient iguana. Oh my god.
They're just causing problems on purpose now.
Cringe.
Speaking of dumbass animals, I caught my cat with her own tail in her mouth. Good job.
I just have this feeling that I inspired Sardox
They're
to
unified.
parade around, like, position himself like he was an Aranar.
I'm waiting for us to hear the rumors or like a newspaper article. Local squid fate busted through Elion, kidnapping the god Bahamut. More at 11.
Yoda's sitting there sipping whiskey. I
Bahamut?
have no idea how
Ma'am.
this happened.
You could have chosen any other god.
What?
You had to choose the least likely one to not just fucking atomize this motherfucker.
Well, it was the one that
Just
the Shield
comes
was
up with-
talking about, man. And he was like, neat. Cool story.
Comet would take one look at him and be like,
Did you... I was waiting for him to be like, yeah, dragons becoming god. It's a cool story, but what's your source? Well, the DM isn't here to answer your question, Super, but remember that if they eat a brain, they will remember every time you take a shit. So that's in their minds forever. So who wins?
They remember the
really?
time you binged Taco Bell.
That's right. All the bad things you did to your gut, and then the regret afterward, that's embedded into their minds. Why do you think they despise mortal races?
They know your search history, lol. Yeah.
yeah, they do.
Just eat your brain. You're just like, dude,
That's-
what?
See, the whole search history thing, that's understandable, though, right? Like, that's, a creature's desire to breed is pretty base, but, like...
I'm back.
Hey.
Hey. How you doing?
I was answering
What the fuck
questions
are y'all
for you.
talking about?
You're welcome. Well, you see, Super brought up a really interesting question about lithids and what they remember when they eat your brain. So I helpfully gave some examples of what they might remember people
Yeah.
doing in
Arguably.
there.
Yeah?
Don't check the bot.
I'm gonna have to. Today I learned that to a mind flayer, the difference between a smooth brain and a wrinkly brain is like the taste between stale and fresh gum. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it. Every time an illithid eats a brain, how often do you think to themselves, but why though, when sorting through their memories? A lot. A lot.
Hence the despising of most races and their desire to change them.
Oh my god, they all like feet. Jesus.
Nice.
Rub my foot.
Why do they keep adding "ussy" at the end of everything?
They need
Stop.
to be purged.
It's in my... I can't get rid of it. I close my eyes and I think of all the ussies in the world.
Yeah, they keep shortening words. Why? Suspicious is enough. Why would you call them sus?
Fucking, you say "Among Us" in his presence and he starts, like, seizing out.
That's how we defeat the Illithid
That's
threat.
right,
We're so cringe that they just
we-
give up.
We basically load somebody up on, like, just baseless cringe, and then we feed them to an illithid, thus implanting their fucking Achilles heel into their mind.
Just let it
And then
upload
we-
to the Elder Brain and just
Yeah,
poison that
basically.
well.
It's a worthy death.
I imagine they can parse through information and choose what to keep and what to fucking throw down the chute. Which, by the way, would be the best superpower ever.
Why is this brain
Yep,
nothing but cat videos?
The superpower to forget.
What is Sardox's most cursed memory that he's devoured? If it's not a spoiler, it's a spoiler.
Probably
Oh.
that guy.
Oh, some of them like tentacles. They're allowed to live.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, he's asking for it with, like, abs. Like, I mean, what do you want us to take away from this picture?
Good.
Look at this. This
Good.
guy's like, yeah, this is my chest, by the way. Yeah, don't worry, I'm an alien. Looks at six pack. Smile. My calculations dictate that this is the easiest way to influence mortal races. Flexes abs.
Gives the slow lean, putting
Right.
the dumpy up.
Finally.
He's even got like a little like gold pointer directly to his crotch too. Like he's got like a little happy trail down there, a nature trail.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he did.
But he ain't got
Says
You
who?
sure?
Says surprise of radiation.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Oh,
Hey, you want to check out
Hey,
my
fuck.
beholder?
Guess what? Consent is a thing in my world. You want to fuck the monster? Ask
I
it
don't.
kindly.
No. No, thank you.
Maybe. I mean, it's not going to eat my people, so now we're
You
good.
don't know. Silverol was crushing on it pretty hard earlier.
We want to eat something else.
I personally would like to skip it.
Why?
I like normal humanoid anatomy,
See, I
honestly.
made. Here's the thing, though, Alec. I made a promise about a certain trait of Yuria a long time ago.
What?
Oh,
I made a promise. I
What?
promised, I say.
Yeah, you did.
No, Jira can do whatever the fuck she wants. I'm
I
talking about Alex.
promise.
I'm pretty sure Rule 34 exists in all forms.
Oh, yeah.
Genderless tentacle creatures are not excluded.
I'm
They're highly included,
Trust
actually.
me,
It's its own
I'm well
subcategory.
aware.
Totally
Yeah?
included.
Is everybody back?
Yep.
Nah.
Say hello, Rail.
Gotta turn off the music.
Say hello, Rail. Say hello, Rail.
Snack.
Silverol.
Ooh.
Come
You
back.
trying to bait her? Say crane.
I smell that delicious scalding smell of sizzling. What?
Huh?
What?
Someone knock on my door. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh. Thought you were having a moment there.
When you're trying to ERP and Overcooked.
What?
I've summoned her.
Wow.
I'm pretty
forth the braid board.
Wow.
But I'm pretty sure that exists somewhere on AO3 if you search long enough.
I don't intend to search that long.
Okay.
I've taken this
That's
form to
the-
help you all keep at ease.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Why does the Mind Flayer have a dumpy?
So here's the big fucking plot twist. When the head, like, when you're like, hey, you down? And he's like, sure. And then the head pops off the rest of the body. And he's like, let's go. And you're like, wait, can't you have that piece?
Welcome back.
I made dinner.
Fantastic. With everybody back, we continue with the party having entered into the biolab. The Shilde approaching the psionic caches that are waiting.
Looking for those compounds.
Shouldn't there be a fourth one?
Nope, we just have the 3 right now.
These came from the facility, or from the depot. There were only 3 in
Yeah.
the depot.
Okay.
I see this
I'll
is
take the white one out and take it in.
Ashilda,
Hmm?
we've spoken with Sardox, and depending on whether we find the items in that one useful,
She points to the special crate.
it depends on whether we get the others or not. We just wanted to bring them here so we could go through them all. See what could be useful.
Much
With the-
appreciated.
With everyone
Well-
present, yes.
This, based on my conversation with him, might be able to make something a little bit stronger than the other 2 by themselves. So I'm going to see, with his help, of course, if it can do what I need it to do. Which is either help me get back to my peak performance or rouse the kids from their slumber.
Is there a way to help them without waking them? Not that I think they should stay unconscious, but perhaps current stimuli might cause them to panic.
It would be a lot harder to help them out if they are asleep.
I disagree.
You disagree?
Well,
I
with
think
the-
we should carry them out.
well, remember, there's a very long climb.
Exactly.
Not entirely.
Oh,
A quick scan of the facility shows that there's a secondary breach.
Of course.
You should be able to use it to escape. It's near the auxiliary generator. The path you traversed previously, the in-between where I was not able to contact you.
Oh,
Well, as long as it's not a direct climb up.
So the party has two choices. You can either scale the opening or attempt to clear the passage and escape out through that way.
shovel?
Shovel.
Shovel.
So
Wow.
Alec's like, keep them kids sleeping.
Don't let him wake up. Hold on.
Keeping them asleep, I believe, would be better for them. Hopefully we can convince them that this was all a dream. Right, what all about dream?
I am sure that with time they will overcome. Be it through forgetting or other memories to treasure. They're young still. They have time.
Let us not impede it by waking them up in this foreign place.
Agreed.
She mindfully avoids calling it terrible.
Then perhaps we should settle the arrangement with the cash.
Now, first things first. I personally don't particularly care to deprive Sardox of his axe and brain. Unless any of you are willing to consume a brain, probably best to let him have it, but what do you all think?
Silreal twitches.
I hardly think any of us would eat it, but there are those who we could bring it to. Probably.
let him have his brain and his axe.
But it's a really nice axe.
It's a very nice axe, but I particularly don't want to be asked why we're holding the brain around if we're taken in by the authorities again.
Was that a nice comment, Yuri? About the
No.
axe?
No, not really, but that's fine.
I'm confused.
It would have been a quiet murmur to herself, but seeing as things echo,
Bet.
we'll roll with it.
If you're waiting for my boat, I don't really care for the brain or whatever that weapon is. Seems to fit him more than any of us, really.
Fieldable gesture. My vote is to let him have it.
I vote we take it, but I think I'm going to be outvoted anyway.
Why do you want the brain, Yuri? Convince me.
Look around you.
He looks around. He
We're-
appears displeased.
Almost everything we've encountered in this place has been beyond our understanding. We are running through the scraps. This fantastical place is the scraps of Sardox's people. This might be the only chance we have to understand even a fraction of it without submitting ourselves to him.
Yuri, and no offense to Sardox, but have you not been paying attention? He's very sanctimonious. He speaks of his empire as being perfect, and he's fighting it too. Whatever this place is, there's a reason it's fallen. And it's scraps and it's full of refuse. Whatever their
Yes.
plan was fell apart.
That doesn't mean there isn't particularly valuable information stored in that brain.
Let us say that there is. What sort of utility could you imagine it possessing?
What are you talking about? Even if it understood only how to illuminate places like this place is illuminated, it would change your country.
And what immediate use would you give that? Let us say you discover this thing he said, electricity. Would you know how to make it?
No,
Would you know how to apply it? Would you know what it means?
you're right. I don't know exactly what's inside the brain or what information we can use immediately. But, in case you all forgot, we are being hunted actively once again. For either anger, for removing a mark like the Kingsman, or because some thing calling itself the Duke thinks we're particularly interesting and wants to keep us.
Point.
I'm of the opinion we need to exploit every advantage we can take in order to be prepared for what will inevitably be coming for us. You want
And
to
you-
defend yourself and Elionstyr and Ermsferry and the people you care about in this country, you need power to do it, and that brain has power.
Because it has knowledge. That is how you justify it.
Yes.
I happen to think that some levels of knowledge are more harmful than good.
Well, you can only know that once you have the knowledge, and half of that evil comes from the application anyway.
I feel as though I've had enough examples just by walking around this place.
But if you object to how this place is run, then why are we helping Sardox?
Because he helped us find the children. This is his home turf. To me, it just feels as though you're just rationalizing in any way that you can to get to that knowledge. Feels more selfish than anything else.
And you're rationalizing helping your own predator.
My own predator?
Sardox eats our minds, in case you forgot.
I eat fowl when I'm hungry. I hunt deer when I hunger.
And do fowl and deer help you in your struggles?
I am sure that if they could take up arms against us, they would. But they don't. Besides, he's only predated my enemies. He's kept his word, and he opposes this supposed empire that I've never seen that is hoping to end us or assimilate us. Better option in my mind.
Look, I don't necessarily object to helping Sardox as long as he isn't eating my people. I honestly don't care. But if we're going to rationalize the morality of this place, we might as well rationalize the whole package, not just the facility or Sardox.
Well, not to speak about him as if he's not here, but the point is, if he's going to go to war with this empire, he'll need advantages, and this advantage helps him far more than it does us. From my understanding, this weapon and the brain that it is with are conjoined, at least in the knowledge of how one is being used by the other. So even if it even allowed the knowledge of how to operate a facility without a facility to operate, it's rather useless. But it seems to be mostly about how to use this weapon and the skills and such. And Sardox can correct me if I'm wrong.
Ellen, this is a farce. She just wants to know. For the sake of knowing. And we've indulged this conversation enough.
If that is what you take away from it, then fine.
I don't think Yuria is incorrect in general. I just think that in this particular instance, the other items will be of more use to us directly. If we try to change the world too fast, it will spin out of our control. The
Indeed.
fact that these things exist, that this knowledge, that this power in of itself is very powerful knowledge on its own.
It won't spin out of your control if you're the one wielding the knowledge. It might spin out of
take it
other
from me.
people's control.
Oh, you're different.
I would be if I have that brain.
You changed.
yes.
Agreed.
Perhaps it would change you for the worse. Or
Oh,
perhaps
it's
you'll start
acquisitions.
barking like a dog. Acquisitions is here, we're
Get
done.
ready.
I remain unconvinced.
She shrugs. Well, I vote we take the brain, but it is only my vote.
What do you want, Sardox? Zelril turns to Sardox as she's been standing there just kind of like awkwardly haunched, hold like arms crossed over her chest. Still clearly very uncomfortable in her body.
I've relayed the importance of this item, offering a trade or compensation. The brain will be incredibly useful to me. The weapon, a means of protecting myself until I am able to procure a psionic rifle of my own.
A psionic rifle?
Something more than that, though. If you are to go against this empire, more than just logistics of keeping yourself safe or whatever else, what are your passions? Surely your people have them.
You can see a moment where he pauses, trying to put that word into meaning in his own kind.
Things you would die for.
Die for.
Gilda actually kind of tries to throw him like thoughts on passions and feelings, like when she thinks about what she's passionate about, to kind of give him context.
The elevation of all mortal beings, so they may rise above their rock and stone and muck and grime, so they may be elevated, so they may see the stars as I have seen them, to see the splendor of the universe, the beauty that lays beyond.
My only question would be, would you give them a choice? We have seen the account of one who did not get the choice, as they wanted to stay in the primitive way, as you put it. Would you allow them this?
He laces his fingers together, watching you for several long moments.
If he doesn't say anything, Yuria will interject. Of course he won't. Choice means conflict. All must be unified, or it's not unification, is it?
I didn't. I want to hear it from him, what he would say. He is no longer a part of this community he speaks of. She tries desperately to compose some level of, like... It is, like, very apparent that she is trying to be cordial and, like, pleasant to talk to. He is no longer a part of this community of minds. He is free to have his own thoughts without influence of... What did he say? Hundreds? Thousands of others? All in his own head? I want to hear what he would say. What you would say. She turns back to look at him.
To grant one the choice and watch them decline, to squander an opportunity to see beyond. The idea vexes me. Why they would wish to decline such an offer, to be elevated above themselves, to be made part of something greater. I do not know.
The reason that I ask is if you can feel that their ignorance is bliss. Sometimes there are people, beings, as you put it, who would be happier not knowing the things you could show them. And just like as an instinct, she kind of like raises her hand up to the back of her head. Wouldn't that be better?
Sarduk gives you a very long look. It's hard to read the features of this mind flayer, this illithid. The brow ridge remains unmoving. A very sort of placid look, all things considered. Even the tendrils are unmoving, aside from the ones that float with him. He stares for several long seconds.
This autonomy, freedom from the elder brain, is new. I have not yet made my own thoughts. Much of what I view is the wisdom of others, knowledge granted to me. With time, I may consider your words, but I cannot give you an answer now.
That is all I can ask for. When you are so profusely burdened by the focuses and wants of others, it is hard to depict what you truly want, or if you are just doing what they would do, because it has always been what you have done. I would vote to give him the brain, merely so that, with hope, he could make his own choices about that which is inside of whatever there is there. To understand them And as he puts it, elevate himself. So if we are ignorant to the past or to the movements of others, then we will be doomed to repeat their actions. To give him choice not to do so.
How does the rest of the party feel about Siluriel's statement?
And Callan has been kind of in that vein, although not quite that elegant, so he's sort of nodding along.
Yeah, it feels like it is like a physical struggle for her to stay focused on being eloquent in her speaking.
As she spoke, Alaric would have taken her side and stood there facing Sardox at her flank. The butt of his palms overlap on his abdomen, and as she shares her points, he nods, showing his agreement.
Angelia, there is not to say that you will miss out on the information it has to give. We could keep in contact with Sardox.
She raises her brows. Can we? Was that something discussed between you and he?
No. But as you can send a letter, and from just the horrifying levels of complexity I have experienced here, I am adamant and hopeful there is a way for him to continue to communicate with us. Mostly hopeful. And she would look back to him with an emotion on her face of hope, and it would have been the same expression that could translate the feeling she had when she first thought Jin might have a consciousness.
That brow ridge raises. This questioning look for a moment as you look back to him, almost with a sense of pleading.
If I take the facility, and you keep the items you found on you, I suppose in a way I could contact you. The much easier approach would be you joining me. However, as you've stated already, you are bound here, driven by your own compulsion. If I am to practice this autonomy, to give you this choice to live in squalor, then I shall do it here. The first step.
Yuria looks Sardock up and down, sort of
almost taken aback by this alien creature's almost change of heart. She works her jaw. Though the brain does not contain his own decisions and choices, but another's, fine. The brain was a long shot anyway. And if no one has a reason to use the axe, then let him keep it.
Very well. And I believe then we should make use of what we find in these other two, and the third one you had somewhat hidden, you said?
But if you are able to maintain contact, and you care to stay in contact with us, I would like to learn. Starting with your language, actually.
Our language is complex, even for mortal minds. It takes freshly birthed illithids years to learn it. But if it's your desire, perhaps something could be done.
The illithid do not speak a language so much as they have a sort of like emotion language, so to speak. The fact that he is speaking to you in this way is more so him using or adapting your language to sort of convey these words. So like how I'm talking is not actually how it is.
Right.
Let me find the actual name of their language.
Isn't it deep speech?
It is not.
Oh my goodness.
Illithid speak. Oh god, it's in my notes. Give me just a second. Sorry.
My god.
They probably have more audio receptors than us, too.
Yes.
What you mean by that? What you saying about me?
Meaning that they're able to take in more expressions of emotions than, we're able to comprehend or interface with. So it's less about knowledge, more so like biological limitations.
God, what? I have it. So where the fuck is it? Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Sorry.
It's the question. The question he wasn't prepared for. The question.
I have it. I just have to go through my billion notes.
What's the bastard name, Stian?
I have that.
No.
Where is it?
Oh, time to snore. The Eldar and Warhammer are the same way.
I feel like saying that you only hear them with your mind is kind of limiting. I feel like they probably use more than one means of expressing themselves. It's not just the mind. The mind is just one of its components, right? I imagine there's psionics involved, but also very subtle body language and oral noises that convey together like different kinds of emotions.
Maybe. I think it's just they don't need a word. They just put sad in your head. And they're like, yes.
I mean, they're meant to be like this incredibly outlandish and exotic, different foreign race that we don't understand. They're extraterrestrials.
Right.
Like, the less we can understand them, the better. You know what I mean? Because it's what makes sense. Things like these are meant to be unknowable, right? That's what gives them their levity.
The language is called Cometh. Uh, fuck. God damn. Why are my notes such a fucking mess? This one thing.
Where?
Qualith is the language of the Illithids. It takes form of 4 parallel lines that have a texture that are conveyed meaning when read by an Illithid scanning its 4 tentacles along the lines simultaneously. The script was imprinted psionically onto the surface and transmitted the thoughts of the mind flayer that had inscribed it to the reader. It could be written on parchment, in books, or carved into surfaces. Degradation of the material could cause the message to fade over time. Qualith was extremely difficult to read for non-Illithids and usually required magic, because each of the 4 lines of script modified others, and then, when taken as a whole, was a full meaning understandable. Reading the lines individually conveyed a completely different sort of understanding of the language. Learning Qualith is, it is possible, but it will take more time than a normal language.
So with like comprehend languages, I could suss it out.
It would take...
Because it said magically you can read it, but other than that, no.
Potentially. But it's usually require magic. Because each of the 4 lines is a script modified of others, and only when taken as a whole is the meaning fully understandable. If you fail, however, you do get like a splitting headache trying to read it, as it conveys the emotions wrong and sort of just jumbles it up in your head. So if you want to learn... Sorry, continue.
No, I was going to say that I imagine you have to be really intelligent to accomplish that as well.
There is a level of intelligence that is required. If you would like to learn Qualith, you could, potentially. It would take some downtime.
Yeah. I'm willing to pursue it. The worst that happens, I assume, is that I don't learn. And perhaps the act itself of trying to learn how you communicate will help with my own capabilities.
Interesting. I do not currently have time to begin imparting teachings, but once I have restored the facility and moved it away, maybe then I'll begin contacting you.
All right.
If no others are opposed, I'll be taking this crate.
By all means.
Look at that. We're all happy now.
Pushing the lid open, he opens up the funerary jar, grabs the brain.
Yep, all happy.
Right there, no hesitation. He eats the brain. Just the tendrils lift up, showing the sort of horrific maw that lies beneath, and he just... The tendrils relax, shuddering his whole body. This sort of full body shudder.
I watch him respectfully shudder.
I twitch as my vision goes to the Epsilon unit.
Oh. Interesting. The capacities for combat and warfare
Oh no.
A skilled warrior. Yes. This will suffice. As part of our agreement, 2 more crates are yours. Pick one from here inside of the biolab. I will gather the other from the hidden compartment.
You have 3 choices here in the biolab. There's 1 down here, and 2 in here.
2 in where? Zoom out so I can
Up by
see
the terminals.
okay. Well, I guess we should see what's in the others, yes?
Let's take a look.
Be my guest.
Go ahead, party. Which one are you opening?
Well, it's...
Marana's already running.
Are these 2 the ones that we've already opened?
Yes, these ones here. I'll basically be moving crates down here to the ones that are opened.
Kellen steps on the kids.
Yeah, stomp. Which are those fuckers? And then, did he say we could only pick one of these 2?
1 from in here, and then he'll get you the one that's hidden.
I'm getting a good feeling from top left, guys.
Well,
See
we'll open both, see what's in them, and then decide.
Yep. I thought we only opened.
see what's in them before we choose, correct?
I thought we only opened them.
Yeah, we haven't claimed the other ones yet. We're gonna open all of them, see what's useful to us, and only take what we need.
So Marana is opening that one.
I would like to.
Very well. Opening it would reveal what appears to be another handled weapon. Made of an incredibly durable black metal that possesses an oil-like reflection to its surface. Wielding the weapon imbues the wielder with a strange sense of familiarity, as if aware of how much this weapon has gone through. It appears to be a blade, or at least to be a two-handed blade. Or could be wielded with 2 hands. Sorry. Do you pick it up?
Well, seeing as it didn't completely take off Alaric's hand before, sure, why not?
All right. Picking up the psionic mind carver, you would find that this weapon is imbued. It replaces normal damage with psionic powers instead, making the attacks deal psychic damage instead of slashing. It's also empowered. This weapon has been magically infused, allowing it to bypass non-magical physical resistances. Damage and attack rolls made by this weapon deal a +1 bonus. The damage is a 1d10, using your intelligence modifier to attack with. It is a longsword.
Okay. Gonna put that back in there.
Neat. Throws it away.
Okay, that's what's in that chest.
Yeah, I'm confused. Did we agree to just open them all up and be like,
He didn't say you couldn't.
all right. Well, I'm going to open this one. It's my turn to open a chest. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
do it.
Give me just a second.
I want to roll the loot box. Can't wait to get a 1 and it explodes. Or it's like an intellect devourer that jumps on our face.
Funny you say
That's
that.
where I put Snuggles.
Opening that box reveals a soft purple stone, very similar to the form stone. This one is a mind stone.
A mind stone, you say?
A mind stone.
Wow. Anything else?
That's it.
Oh my goodness. I take the mind stone, observing it in my hand. Does it look similar to the other stones?
Correct, though this one is comprised of a purple sort of alloy compared to the green and orange you've met before.
Which one was the... Did we get a name on the green stone?
A form stone.
Ah.
So far, you have found a soul stone, a form stone, and a mind stone. If you would like to learn a little bit about them, to explain how these stones work, is you will attune to them. A form stone, once fully attuned by an appropriate person, can pick an attribute and increase it by 1.
Look at that.
A mind stone, once fully attuned, allows the creature to pick a skill of which they are not proficient and earn the proficiency.
That's it?
Yes. You get a skill. It is the lowest grade stone. The highest grade is the soul stone, which gives you a feat.
I thought you got an invocation.
It's on a list.
Yeah, I got the Eldritch Invocation feat.
Your face is on a list.
More than likely.
I wouldn't admit to that. All right, well, observing the stone, she almost uses it out of curiosity, and then remembers we aren't supposed to use them yet, and puts them back. Found another one of those stones in here. It's a purple.
What does that mean?
It means that it's purple. What?
A mind stone. Containing the last remnants of a sapient creature of whom we have taken their knowledge.
Alaric's motions to Sardox while looking to Juria.
She shrugs. All right, look, I didn't know he was back.
Right.
I haven't left.
He's literally been
Why
standing
not?
here the whole time.
Rather than be embarrassed, she accuses, why haven't you left?
Because if I leave, I'm taking the facility with me.
I thought you were going to go get the box from the compartment.
After you've rummaged through these caches. And I needn't do it. That act is beneath me.
You would watch as the trauma unit returns carrying one of the crates,
God.
setting it down in front of Alaric.
Does it look like the trauma unit is struggling?
No?
Well, Alaric would help it anyway.
Roll me in athletics.
Oh. He'd have to really help.
Yes.
Ooh.
You are attempting to assist a robot doing its job.
Yes. He doesn't even know what a robot is.
It's heavy, but with a 23, you are able to assist it all the way down to the floor without any sort of heavy thud or slam, thus presenting another crate.
Once Alaric goes up right from helping him, he sort of expects a kind of companionable moment. Just looking at it like, yeah, like I got you. And I'm...
It's already floating
Yeah.
away.
Bet. He's beginning to understand what machine stands for.
It means stronger than me.
Are you guys opening the last crate?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a pretty long log.
Let's do it.
All right.
While they're opening the box, I'm gonna go take some time to investigate the dragon. While we still have time to do it.
Very well. Opening the crate, you would find a Imbued with numerous arcane sigils that wrap around the entirety of these arm guards, they allow the wielder to tap into the latent power within and move around the battlefield to assist their allies. These are temporal arm guards. Imbued, you may use the power when you attack an adjacent target, but before you roll, you teleport to the nearest square from which you and an ally flank the target. So, for example, Siluril uses the arm guards and attacks the cultist acolyte. She would then teleport here to gain a flanking bonus.
That is really good.
They have a number of charges equal to your proficiency bonus, and they regain all charges daily at dawn.
That feels like a rogue weapon or thing.
Yeah, you know what Miranda needs? More mobility. True.
Well, the target has to
Really?
be
Not-
adjacent, so.
Not only is she super fast, but she's now teleporting around the
That
desert.
doesn't necessarily mean that we're giving it to Morana.
Yeah, this is a comment. Everybody chill out.
Mirana already teleports, though. 90 feet of movement. Holy shit.
Just a moment for that dragon. Sure, investigating. Give me a second. Pull up the appropriate roll.
Dragon.
Excuse me. Oh. Go ahead and roll me. Ooh. Go ahead and roll me a medicine check.
Why that one? Damn it. All right. Never mind. We're good.
21.
I'm a doctor.
You're able to, if you would like, you could harvest 2 items from this creature. You could harvest half dragon scales and get a small pouch, and you can harvest half dragon blood. A half dragon's blood is dark red, but has a slight metallic sheen. The blood has many magical properties and is valued in the magical community. Alchemists may be able to create concoctions that duplicate a half dragon's abilities. As well as the scales, while smaller than a full dragon, half dragon scales have many of the same arcane properties. The scales of one half dragon are too small to make any armor, but alchemists may be able to grind the scales into a powder, which can be used in various concoctions. The blood does expire after 7 days.
Have to be quick.
All right. Yeah, she'll she will collect the what claws and scales she can from this creature. Sort of ripping into it with a bit of a vindictive plunge, retribution for the acid it spat at her as she skins bits of it and lops off others, using Gogglad in a very well, not Gogglad, probably be like, I think she has a dagger. Yeah, so she'd use a dagger. How many scales?
I posted what you would get. It's a small pouch.
Oh.
There's no defined number. It just constitutes as one item.
And I get 3 vials?
Yes.
Oh. Goodness. DM,
Yes.
what do I put the blood into?
You're in the lab. You could ask.
Oh my god! Yeah, alright, I'll ask.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I have his blood. It's
Player
just cheap.
agency and all that.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. I drink it instead.
Hell yeah,
It's the
brother.
only reasonable thing to do.
Hell yeah.
I become dragon. She will. Well, at this point, basically used to talking mentally since they've been doing it for so long. Just sort of think, are there any vials available around here? As she looks around.
Check the
Looking for
bio
Liz.
lab. You should find a number underneath one of the shelves.
She pauses. Isn't this the biolab?
The area behind me, Yuria.
Oh.
Viola's just kind of rubbing the bridge of her nose.
Shilda is rubbing the bridge of her nose. Is that what you said?
She's thinking. Everything there. Doing calculations. You see her kind of almost get frustrated as you guys talk because she's trying to think what would be useful where and who and things like that.
I just didn't hear you.
Yeah, I have to be very, very quiet. Comic fell asleep in the chair.
There's only one thing to do about that.
Come up and tell him to go to his bed?
Stab him.
No.
Why not, though?
I imagine you've had some time to view inside of these caches. What'll it be?
How many are we allowed to take?
4.
Then? Total of 4? Okay.
Just 4. There were 6 total.
Right.
Hilda
Then-
remembers
Go
what
ahead.
he said in regards to mixing the compounds together, like the psionic form stone and like the other thing. So she'll lift up the white compound. If I were to mix these with the other two, what would it do?
That's compound O0. It's a chemical base. You need it to make anything with the compounds you found. Go into the biolab. Take compound A3 and O0. Place them into the container.
He does so.
You die.
Damn, the grand betrayal.
All right, looks like I'm bringing in the monk.
You would find that there are 2 ports that allow you to sort of just feed these tubes into, and much like a centrifuge, they take them as you're able to sort of view inside and watch as the compounds spin rapidly, the chemicals inside going from solid to liquid and then dispensing from one another into a sort of joined area. I need high or low.
Hi.
You would see that it gives you an error. Now I need you to roll me a D100.
Wow, she really did die.
It would eventually finish this audible hum from the machinery before dispensing a singular item, a very sort of pink or sort of dull pink compound that's produced. You have created compound A0. What this does is it will give you, let me see. Compound A0 will give you a basically a healing potion, 2d6 plus 6. However, for the next hour, because of the failed concoction mixture, your armor class is lowered by 2 once it is consumed.
Okay.
Those kids are getting one shot anyway.
Good point.
DM, what happens when you have a negative AC?
You fucking die.
Okay.
Just get hit. No roll.
You fucking explode is what happens. The guy goes, I attack, and then rolls damage.
Everything becomes magic missile at that point.
All right, party.
Yuri's collecting the stuff at the moment, so her opinion will be gathered later. Smile.
Sheila's going to ask a slightly important question. Stardox, my final request would be, is there any way or anything that can help us carry the children gently to that hole? I mean, the only reason why I ask is you have means to levitate and things like that.
There is another entrance. We'll go through it with the shovel.
I can assist bringing these children to the exit. But beyond that, I cannot help you.
A little bit helps, even if we have to get them out of here one by one. So we have this that I made, and a few of the others. Is there anything in particular any of you want? You're just kind of standing around twiddling your thumbs.
Oh, I'm pretty partial to that great bow looking thing. Is that something that Kellen could actually wield, or is it like once you're attuned, you just get to use it kind of deal?
What do you mean? That's the same thing, brother.
Well, I mean, like sometimes when you say great bow, I'm thinking something that has like a really high strength requirement. I don't know why, but maybe I'm just old edition braining.
It does have a strength requirement. You are within the means of that strength requirement, though.
Oh, well, okay then.
Yep.
Yes.
Doesn't Saradox keep the mind cleaver?
No,
Mind
he
carver.
keeps the form cleaver.
Oh, okay.
The mind cleaver is a longsword style weapon that deals psychic damage and requires your intelligence modifier to hit instead of strength or dex.
Okay. See, there was no picture, so I didn't pay attention.
Wait, it's an intelligence-based weapon?
Correct.
Suddenly Shield's like,
Wait, what?
You gonna start meleeing, wizard?
I did post a picture.
Of the sword?
Thought I did. I
Really
thought I
would've
showed
helped
it.
her.
I don't recall seeing the sword, but
Give me a second.
we saw a lot of things, so who knows?
It's purple.
Thank you. Now I remember what it is.
Is there a picture of the bow too, Lols?
There's a picture
No,
of
it's
the fist.
the glove. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's a glove until it turns into a bow.
Yeah,
Got it.
me
Correct.
saying Me saying, "Hey, that's a cool bow. It should belong to Kellen," by the way, was because Yuri walked in while it was a bow in Alaric's hand.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I said that. All right.
You said there was a stone that gave you stats.
Correct.
The form stone.
The form stone gives you
+1.
once you attune, gives you a +1 to any attribute of your choice.
Interesting. So it means you have to keep the stone to keep the stat. Is like, and it's like
Once you take it, you attune, and then it is expended. It basically becomes just a paperweight.
So you don't actually, it doesn't take up an attunement slot.
No.
And, oh, okay, interesting. Okay, good to know.
Well, if no one picks anything, I guess Alaric would claim the stone, but only after no 3 items have been chosen. So consider it a kind of fallback choice, in a sense. So get to picking.
And Shilda would like the axe.
What is the... Okay, the, like, listing here, it doesn't say, like, what they all do.
Oh, that's fair.
Could you list, like, what they do and instead of just, like, their name?
No, you have to ask me.
Okay, I'll come down there and ask you. With my fist!
You won't
get
Yeah,
violent.
but does your fist have the recurve link weapon?
I will say
Okay.
Fundin. That would be scary.
Mind Carver.
Dangerous choice words.
Mind Stone.
Mine. Right.
Right.
Let's get some fat root.
Firm Stone.
We're gonna get hit with a wall of text.
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
You asked for this.
Correct.
I wrote it
No,
down.
you asked for this, Smile. You did this.
Are you blaming me?
Yes.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, catch these hands.
Those tiny baby hands.
Oof.
Just call my hands tiny.
Oh, there they go.
Oh, here we go.
I would bring up your
He's
height,
gonna
but
show
I
you
haven't.
how tiny his hands are when you get here.
Did you say it again?
I said I would bring up your height, but I will be the better man.
Hey.
So you're calling me short.
Didn't say that.
So what would you bring up about my height?
Your height.
No, I want you to say it.
What's up?
What would you say about my height?
I can't hear you
DM?
down there. One more time.
Well, I am above you, though.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Anyway, those are your items.
Mm-hmm.
Big manlet energy.
Damn.
Stop.
Humping. Booga booga.
All right.
Sweet. Thank you.
You're not welcome.
That's rude. What did I do to you?
The Psionic Mind Carver is two-handed, magical, and special. It deals 1d10 plus 1 plus mod. The Recurve Link weapon is 125 feet. Firearm, magical, special, ammunition, heavy, two-handed. Requires attunement. So does the Mind Carver. It deals 1d10 plus 1 plus mod.
Interesting question about the link weapon, by the way.
What's that?
Does it still need ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Just curious.
Shit.
It's broken. Fuck.
Well, no, otherwise I would have just transformed it into a gun.
Yeah, right.
Bang bang.
I suspect it doesn't transform. It is just what it is, right?
It is literally a bow.
Okay.
It literally goes glove to bow.
Yeah,
There
it
you
is a like it's like a tactical bow. Like it's almost archaic, if that. It's like a relic.
For these
Fair.
guys.
Correct.
It's like a sporting goods buy.
Yeah, it was probably somebody's like little knickknack, like something they liked.
You got it for your kid and they put it away within a week.
It's Melithid's fucking child toy. It's such a powerful weapon. Sure, bud.
They are known to give like trinkets and toys to their slaves to keep them entertained.
I just picture the Illithids being like those kids out of Back to the Future.
That's so funny.
Too. Wait, you have to use your hands?
That's so funny. Mind flayers giving their slaves toys to keep them distracted.
It's hilarious.
So funny. Anyway, let's look at these toys that keep us distracted.
Yeah. Anyway, it's working. It's working.
But yeah, I definitely think the bow should go to Kellen, so I think that should be one of the right choices.
I thought it turned into any weapon. Does it
Nope.
just turn into a bow?
So it's a recurve link weapon. So what it does is it turns into a bow.
It's only
There
it's
are
only-
there are other forms of the link weapon, but you guys only found the recurve one.
so there's other like glove deployed weapons around something. Okay, got it.
Oh,
Maybe
it
not here
might
in the
have-
facility, but
Oh, in the game or in the universe.
yes.
Interesting.
Okay,
but
okay.
cool.
Everything except, I believe. Let me double check. Make sure everything is attunement required. I think the only thing you guys have gotten that does not require attunement has been the psionic flame, which is the circling.
Yep.
Yeah, I still have to find someone who would like to have that, so that is something to think about.
Anyone can put it on, man.
That's
Yeah.
why. Well,
Anyway,
yeah,
we'll get
but-
to that though. We got to make
Yeah,
our choices now.
Yeah, we gotta like actually, before the facility implodes or something.
Exactly. Sillarel seemed real excited about the arm guards.
No. I was excited. Not Zilleril. Completely different.
So
I'm still reading. I read slow, so y'all
Yes,
can
okay.
talk about it through yourselves.
So most of the weapons wouldn't really attract the area.
No, not me either. The Mind Carver is two-handed. It is a great sword.
If I get that, it's a great sword. I thought it
It's a
was
great
axe.
sword.
It
It's
is
a great sword.
it is a long sword,
Yeah, it's
but
Oh,
requires you to
longsword,
wield
sorry.
it two-handed.
Ah.
Yeah,
So it's
that,
like a forced versatile weapon.
And there goes and my axe jokes for the next.
Yeah. like you don't get to use any other stats for it. You wield it two-handed and you do psychic damage using your intelligence modifier.
your int modifier for damage and hitting.
Correct.
Yeah, doing psychic damage is funny and very thematic, but yeah, two-handed when you gotta cast spells.
Well, I think you can still cast spells. I mean, like if you're taking your turn to cast spells, you just use your offhand. It's saying when you make an attack, you have to if with that weapon you have to use it two-handed.
A shield would get in the way, but not
Yeah.
a sword. Even if the sword was a great sword, you can still cast spells.
You can, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can.
We have
you just can't.
Battlecaster.
Yeah, you just
So
can't
it
use a shield.
uses your int to
Yes.
attack? Oh,
Instead of
never
strength or
mind.
dex.
Yeah.
Ew. Spits on it.
Never mind.
You're a
Sure.
psi fighter. Your main stat should eventually be int.
Never mind.
That's why Shield is rubbing her little dwarf hands at that thing.
When are you in melee? Or better question, when should you be in melee?
Well, I shouldn't be in melee, but I somehow find myself there a lot.
interestingly not wrong.
So the Mind Stone would be sort of interesting to Yuria. However, it's neither the most exciting nor probably the most promising thing here. So if no one else picks anything, she'll take a Mind Stone. But that's probably like a final option. Otherwise, none of this really appeals to her.
Ormstone to Alaric, Mind Stone to Uria.
Granted, I am not opposed to having more skill because I'm
Skill
stupid.
monkey.
Yeah.
Skill monkey.
But I understand Yuria might want another skill.
There's also the form
Why?
stone
She's got
for.
plenty of them. 5.
There's the
4.
form stone
4.
for attributes. That's a thing.
That's what
So
Alaric was looking at.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
he was looking to paw that. So are we looking
Good.
to get both stones,
The
the
bow,
recurve, and then what's our last choice?
either the gauntlets or the
Sword.
sword. And I'm not. Everyone seems sort of put off by the sword, so it sounds like the gauntlets might be the
Well,
choice.
there's that funny dwarf in the corner.
Yeah, I was gonna say the funny dwarf has been eyeing that sword, so and doesn't have any other magic items to my knowledge.
Can you use the longsword
Yeah, are you
Yes.
proficient in martial weapons as a dwarf?
as a dwarf? Mountain
As a-
dwarfs only get certain weapons they're proficient in. They don't get all martial weapons. They get like hand axes.
And there's cleric,
cleric.
and wizard.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but not all clerics get proficiency with martial weapons, do they?
No.
So you want to
me
make
look.
sure, yeah, double check before you. I'm not trying to bust your bubble. I just don't want you to get something that you're not proficient with, and then you're like, oh fuck.
I think only war and twilight clerics get martial.
I
Order.
think they only get.
In order.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I
you're
know
right.
like only certain ones get like heavy armor too.
No sword for me. Pick it.
Oh.
Pick the other thing.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't want you to end up with something that you weren't proficient with and get like shit canned on it. That wouldn't be fun for you.
So no one wants. Does anyone actually want the sword?
Apparently not.
I
Do you-
cannot use the sword, so I am saying no to it.
If it were an axe, I'd be fine.
Do you want the sword at Uria? Would you replace Gagalad with it?
Ooh.
Well, it would be funny because if I attuned to it, so it's two-handed, which means I couldn't use a shield.
No.
Were you planning on using a shield?
How much damage?
She has been.
That's
Yeah.
true.
It does
How much-
1d10 plus 1 plus mod.
Ooh.
Your int mod in this case.
Well, that would change if it was a hexblade. I would
Does it?
assume so.
I think it just doesn't that just make it so that it turns into your hex weapon, and that's that.
Yeah, my hex weapon, you can use your charisma modifier.
Oh, interesting. Well, why don't you?
Then you
I
could
don't-
also do psychic damage that way then too.
I don't know. At Caleb, maybe what's the probability on that with the hexblade stuff? Does that work?
What?
Phased out.
Because of the hexblade stuff, the way that hexblades work, they transform a magic weapon into their pact weapon, and then it does charisma instead of in whatever you would normally use for it. So I guess the question is, if Yuria took the what the fuck name Mind Carver and then made it into a her pact weapon, would it still be int or would it then be charisma?
Oh, hold on. You said it's forced two-hand though?
Yes. Or forced versatile two-hand, yep.
Hex warrior.
Oh, you would need that pact?
No. Hex warrior says whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch one weapon that you
Yeah.
are proficient with that lacks the two-handed
Yep,
property.
can't use it.
Oh shit, yeah.
So I don't care.
Unless Yuria took an invocation to expand her
No.
Pact of the Blade.
No, and I'm going for more spellcasters, so even if I could, it'd be more situational than say arm guards. So yeah, I don't think anyone wants the Mind Carver. It's trash. I spit on it. Again.
I mean, unless the DM wants to just kind of look the other way on that. But let you
I
just...
built it for it's built the way it's built.
It is what it is.
I'm just saying. I didn't know if you wanted to just kind of look the other way.
Hey, we're just talking here, DM.
It
Relax.
is.
We're just talking here.
I'm just saying.
It's just a question.
Interesting question, though.
But yeah, that was just me.
Maybe you could try and trade the Mind Carver for the Form Cleaver.
The axe?
The
On God?
axe.
Everyone looks.
A great axe, too.
It doesn't do
It's still-
psychic, it does slashing still, but it is a +1.
Isn't it still two-handed?
Yes.
I see.
But it uses your normal attributes instead of intelligence.
Would anyone want a funny cleaver?
So it does 1d12 +1 plus mod, slashing damage.
Ah, yes, the rogue, the great axe.
It is special, magical,
Wow.
heavy, and two-handed.
There are 2 people in the room.
I know,
You
I'm
could use
just
that
giving you
axe.
shit.
Yeah, well.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
fair.
proficient in hand axe, battle axe,
Siluriel.
hammer, light hammer.
I was gonna say, yeah, Siluriel and Shilda might be the ones looking at an axe.
Well, that axe is a great axe, so she's not proficient in it, and the Shilda would also
about-
be.
What about the
So-
barbarian in the room?
Or the barbarian.
The
well,
barbarian
he's-
already claimed 1 item. His player would
dear.
die of shame if he took 2 items.
Yeah, you're right. I say with my 3 magic items, smile. Who would do that?
I mean, I do have Verdict. He's a magical item.
True. And you could also replace Verdict. I'd call it trash.
Hey, no.
Spit on it, spit on it.
I spit on it, my
You're
bro.
nothing to me. Throw it into the brine sea.
Telling over here mauling, like, what the fuck?
Well, alright. Siluriel, do you want a form axe?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
It's got a.
I'd say go for the bracers. Because there's more leaning towards the bracers than there is the weapons.
And we can probably slap the bracers on anyone, realistically. Anyone that does melee.
They require attunement.
Well,
Okay,
Attunement
Anyone
but-
who has the attunement slots.
Yeah, we have attunement slots available.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do not.
Oh. Oh. Hey?
As
Well,
far as I know, I have 3 magical items.
Got it. Because one of them's the thing and the thing and the... Okay.
What?
Siluriel von Ashford has Bracers of Respite, Olwyn's Tear, and Isathrus' Wrath. Yuria has the Cloak of Favor, the Alacrity Stone, and the Breastplate of Fortification. Marana Lemuria has Tenacious Boots and Black Leather Armor. Kellan Aldane has the Vigorous Bracelets and Psionic Flame. Ashilde Iron Hands wields the Wizard Ring, and Alaric Cruvane wields Verdict and the Bloodguard Shield.
doesn't require
Jesus
attunement,
Christ.
though.
Both of those do.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Why isn't it showing it's... Oh, no, okay. Yeah.
Jesus.
I found it.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, there it is. I see it
Oh
now.
boy.
Why not?
I
Thought it
know
was
it's
just shit.
The only thing that doesn't require attunement is
the circlet.
the Circlet and Olwyn's Tear.
No. Yeah, I was surprised
Huh.
that you were like.
So
Plus, I
Siluriel
mean,
still has an attunement slot.
Okay. So yeah, I say get the bracers and we can...
Figure out who it goes on best.
Yeah.
All right. I am down with that.
Please
Is that
write what you
agreeable?
are putting in the chat once the group has come to a consensus.
Oh. Okay.
Go down the list. Ask the item. Ask if everybody wants it. Group majority wins.
Sure.
I put need on everything.
That's how you get kicked out of the guild, out of the raid, out of the Discord. I log into Skype that I haven't been on for like, what, 9 years? I
God.
fucking delete you from there too, even though I never had you.
Nearly a decade.
The current votes for 1 Form Stone. That's a party vote. Any disapproval?
Or what?
The Form Stone.
Yes, I'll grab that if we don't meet the 3-item list. I'm voting need on that.
Voting need.
I'm voting need. Okay.
Nobody in opposition to the Formstone?
Well, I believe if you look in the chat,
I'm going down that list.
Formstone, Mindstone, Recurve, and Arm Guards.
Yes,
is
I'm
the
making
vote.
sure everybody's on board.
Okay.
So everybody's
Formstone.
down for the Formstone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mindstone.
Also, yes.
Any
Yes.
opposition?
See no reason not to.
The Recurve Link Weapon.
Yes.
No, I think Kellen's cool enough as is.
Yeah, he doesn't need any magic items. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
What a
True.
loser. Wait.
All right, so we're taking away the Recurve Weapon. Arm Guards. And finally, the Temporal Arm Guards.
I
Aye.
think they look pretty cool.
Okay. Now I need to know who's getting what.
Well, I think Alaric grabbed the Formstone. Correct?
Yes.
Aye.
Alaric
And
gets
Yuria has
Formstone.
the Mind Stone. Don't
Aye.
attune to them right now because you'll pass the fuck out. Then we'll have to drag your ass.
You're. That's
5
metagaming.
seconds
That's
later.
metagaming. You don't know that. You don't know that. That's
We
metagaming.
saw it happen.
Literally, Yuri's in the corner the moment she takes it, like Orb of Confusion.
Mind Stone has been added. Who Recurve Weapon being added to Kellen Aldane. Kellen. Quirky little feature about this weapon as well.
It kills you.
Once you attune, you get dark vision
Really?
Hey.
out to a
Serious?
range of 60 feet.
Are you shitting on me right now, or?
Nope. As long as you are attuned to this weapon, you will have dark vision out to a range of 60 feet.
Do you want to get shit on?
I don't even want it.
I'm just
I mean,
over here thinking,
yeah.
like, is this a fucking joke? Holy shit, that's
It'll
awesome.
take that gauntlet.
Yeah, I will take that gauntlet and worship it with my life.
You mean the
Okay then.
As it
And
slowly consumes my life essence and kills me within the year, of course, I'm sure.
who
right?
is getting the temporal arm guards?
I think that was the only one we were divided on.
Use this power when you attack an adjacent target, but before you roll. Teleport to the nearest square from which you and an ally flank the target. It contains a number of charge equals to your proficiency bonus. Recharge all uses daily at dawn.
I feel like with Morana as mobile as she is, giving Siluril, who's mostly an offensive fighter, that ability to basically dart from one side of the battlefield to the other would be very useful.
Let me reread
Either
the
to
description.
support Alaric in a fight or to jump back into the back line and help.
Well, I mean, it teleports you essentially to the other side of an enemy. It doesn't
Yeah, it's
teleport
not
you
a
across the
dart
battlefield.
across.
Yeah, you have
No.
to. So it would be like this. Let's say here's the cultist, here's Yuria, here's Alaric. Alaric uses the arm guards and appears here before he
Oh,
makes
okay.
his attack.
Oh, okay.
And
And
does
he
that.
natural 20s.
And then I cut the motherfucker in half.
Wow, that's
So
crazy.
you have to be already
Adjacent.
in range. Yeah, you already
Oh.
have to be in range of it and next to somebody else who could possibly flank, and then you just
Okay.
Correct.
And then I slice his ass at advantage.
I thought it was from like a distance, so
No.
that's +2.
okay. Well,
It's good for like those chokeholds that we had if you want to get to the other side of a guy. And all that happy horse shit.
I still think Alaric or Silur would be the best option.
One of the
I
frontliners.
don't think I can wear them.
Why not?
Wow.
I'm already wearing bracers.
You can unattune to them and
There's
attune to these.
bins in this bunker. Like, you can just...
Could swap them out.
Well, do you want it over the respite braces?
Let me double check something.
Do they occupy the hands? I think.
They're arm guards. It sounds like they're kind of bracers, just more
Oh my god.
metal.
Sorry.
It's okay, mine was up on my grill earlier too, and I was like, what?
She is feasting on popcorn shrimp remnants.
Huh. Spoiled.
These items would constitute a... Looking at this list, you have arm slots. These items take your hands.
They're more like gloves than they are bracers.
You would so your gauntlets, the ones that you are wearing, your bracers of respite, are considered arm slots. These temporal arm guards are considered hand slots. If I'm reading this book right. So technically, you could wear them together.
Interesting.
Sure, I'll take it.
You don't sound sold on the idea.
I mean, they're cool. I'm sure they'll be useful.
I can feel a butt forming.
No, that's just it. There is no but. Like,
oh,
they're cool.
I mean, we can always switch things around if we find.
You can enjoy something and not necessarily have them inspire you to be super excited about them.
No, I just mean like in the future we can shift all this stuff around.
Correct. So attuning is an action. It requires an hour to unattune. But the great thing about this is that if it's not class specific, it can be passed around the party. So if the party's like, hey, I've been using this, it doesn't feel that good, I want to give it to somebody else, they can unattune and start trading out magic items and shit like that. So what is the current standing for the arm guards?
I shall become Naruto.
Ooh.
You sound so happy.
They're cool. They're just not like necessary. I'm not looking at it from a point of meta. Oh my god, this is the best. This I can do so many cool formations. I'm looking at this RP wise. Disappearing and appearing behind a target isn't something that necessarily Sillaril would be super excited to be able to do. She's a very in-your-face, I am here to fight you for this reason. We are dancing this dance of death, essentially. So I'm sorry if I'm reacting the way that Sillaril would. My bad.
It's all good. Don't gotta apologize. If that's the way that Sillaril would look at it, then would she accept these arm guards?
I mean, if no one else is going to use them, yeah.
Sillaril doesn't want them. I will absolutely take them.
Are you going to be melee, Miss Shortbow Rogue?
Yeah. If I could teleport around, maybe. Who knows? But yeah.
Teleport around, you crazy person.
Shut up. No, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. I won't complicate this anymore.
We can always figure it out later, too. I mean, it's not like...
Exactly. Let's just move forward.
Okay. Proficiency bonus currently is a 2, so you have 2 charges of the temporal arm guards.
What do they look like? That also matters to Sillaril.
That matters to everyone.
Imbued with numerous arcane sigils that wrap around the entirety of these arm guards, they allow the wielder to tap into the latent power within and move around the battlefield to assist their allies. A bright green glow erupts from these through golden guards, and the world shifts around you.
Okay. Green and gold. Okay. That's working.
They're my colors.
It's saying...
She's like, oh, wait a minute.
It's saying Ashford.
It's a little Vogue.
It's giving me Ashford vibe.
Yeah?
On Wednesdays, we were green. And Tuesday.
What?
If you
giving me
had
Ashford.
your pick, then I believe it's time we get these children moved.
Yeah, Silver's bent down, like, checking them over.
Yes, well, let's be about it. You have places to be, and we have children to get back to their homes.
He gestures with his hand, the sort of like long nails curling in to form a sort of fist, and as he does, the children lift off of the floor.
Be mindful. Drop.
I'll take that as concern and not questioning my abilities.
Alec shrugs. I have never seen you do this, and I am concerned for them. So yes.
All right, party. Is there anything the party would like to do in Facility 05 before Sardox, the Master of Engineering, shows you to the other exit? This is your final moment before Facility 05 vanishes.
Is he showing us to the exit, or is he also, like, is this the last? Last.
He's booting us.
He's showing you to the exit, assisting in carrying the children there.
I think we have as much stuff as we can get without Sardox revoking our thinking privileges.
I suppose when he said he would look into like the Aharani stuff, he meant like later, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then I have nothing else.
Just to sate my curiosity, does the dragon have the cultist mark around its neck?
It does not. You would have learned that with your medicine check.
Weird.
Why don't you roll me an Arcana?
Oh, I love those. I'm probably gonna get a 1. Yeah, of course.
You're not sure how they were controlling this creature. It didn't attack them. It didn't attack the undead. Though it also didn't care for their bodies when they melted them away. Who knows how the Iron Cult gained control of this failed abomination?
You know, DM.
A question for another time.
All right, well, that's my question not answered. Let's go.
Let's do the thing. Do we map transition or are we like hiking?
Yes, we're going to map transition. He's going to show you where the exit is. An exit y'all passed, in fact. You were very stressed out. So it makes a lot of sense why you didn't see it.
Well, it wasn't because you didn't want us to leave yet.
You had every capacity to leave, brother.
Bet.
We did flee through that cave at maximum speed due to Epsilon Fun Guy.
We also stood in it for a while.
Injured.
Well, brother, you left. Like, you came in and was like, I'm leaving, and then immediately left.
Talking about the party.
We were there with like 3 HP and a dream. Yeah, we were.
Most of us, yeah.
Gesturing to the large, sort of bloodied path here.
Hey?
What the fuck?
What?
Hold on. This dumb bitch can't see.
You didn't give the Mind Flayer dark vision?
No, he can super see. I'm talking about Kellen.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me?
He's the dumb bitch.
That's good. He hasn't attuned yet, so he can't see.
I think I did.
You used your action and just was like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
I mean, it's when you put it on there, he put it on me as equipped, so I'm assuming I had to attune to it, correct?
Yes.
All right, well, there we
So
go.
There you go.
If like
Oh,
I
shit.
pull it off of you, can you see?
No.
So if I just pull it off, put it back on, pull it off, put it back on.
He'll have an aneurysm.
You
and
will
die.
give him a stroke.
We
Yeah,
just
once we
what?
get
We
like
just thought. That's all. Yeah.
he's just frothing at the mouth, falls over.
Gesturing to the sort of more sloped portion of this rock, you would see where there is, at least as he approaches and sort of flicks his hand forward, the light revealing the blood stains that were not visible to the party given that it was completely dark down here, thus sort of masking these bloodied tones. Illuminating the path, revealing the sort of barred entrance of rock that is sort of fallen in on itself, Sardox turns.
I know you have a means of bypassing such blockages. I leave this in your hands.
He very gently lowers the children onto the floor.
We all just hear the summonings of the shovel.
We do.
I'd like to dig recklessly.
Doesn't that?
My stone sense tells me it's right here.
My God.
Rock and stone. Fucking Starduck's like, we have to uplift them from rock and stone, and Alec's like, yeah, right. I love it here.
Alric holds the shovel in front of him and like a shaking stick just tells him that the opening is right here.
I can feel it. Deep within me bones.
Sheila will look at Sardox and be like, I do want to thank you for the enlightenment. And though our goals are similar, I'm going to take a path that is more palatable.
If I am to continue experiencing this autonomy, this freedom, then you may continue to live your life in rock and stone, toiling in the soil.
If we can't surprise you.
Perhaps you will. Go. Be free of this place.
Alaric, you know what I'm
Sir?
going to ask you for.
Indeed.
The
Strike the
DC
earth.
for this passage is a 25.
A 25? The fuck?
All right, get the dynamite.
Holy shit, my shovel. No. Everybody chill.
He's
Shovel's got this.
He's summoning his anime, his inner spirit.
Everybody calm the fuck down. Shovel's got this under control.
My father gave me the shovel.
Alright. Alright, strike the earth. Let's go.
My God.
Shovel!
Oh
my
What did
God.
I
Holy
tell you? What did I
shit.
tell you?
What the fuck?
Slamming the shovel into the earth, it causes the walls to shake, a tremor forming inside of the passage. And push and shove and heave, you manage to begin clearing the rubble. The passage beginning to open, and as you do, you can feel the fresh air sort of drifting from the passage towards you, brushing across your face. You can feel the sunlight just beyond.
God.
I will say,
Nature light here.
because you've successfully done this and have not broken the shovel yet, your shovel becomes a +1.
Ooh. What the fuck?
Magical shovel is
What
what?
the fuck? Why is your shovel leveling up faster than we are?
You gain a proficiency bonus with your shovel. meaning that when you make your checks, you will have a +1 when attempting to clear out blockages.
And
path-
he never breaks.
Forward is open, party. You can see the distant light at the end of the path.
My God. He used the shovel so well it grew bigger.
Once the path's carved through and Alaric stands in the middle, the center of it, he'll sort of impale the shovel down and set a foot down on its spade, looking over his shoulder, sweat and soot across his face. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Well, she glances down at the children. We still need to carry them.
The children, lift them up.
All
Alright, fine.
7 children and 6 of us, so let's...
How do I say this appropriately? They're my same size!
Yes, but you're a lot more sturdy than they are.
There are the 2 smallest are 2 humans, a young girl and a young boy. They appear to be the youngest and the smallest. So somebody more strong should maybe be able to carry those 2. The oldest and perhaps the largest is a human. He's a very young boy as well, though appears probably closer to like 10 or 11 years old. He's much bigger.
Guess that one's for Alaric.
How big's the halfling?
The halfling looks to be a little older.
Yeah.
Probably around 6 or 7. But imagine a human child around 7 years old. But imagine them just a little shorter.
I know my history of strength. I want to pick up the lightest one.
Silverl will pick up 2.
Okay.
Alright, I'll pick up the halfling then. I guess.
Everybody's gonna need to carry 1, and somebody's need to carry 2. So Silverl's carrying the 2. Everybody else gets 1.
Yeah, Alaric is gonna pick the biggest boy.
The only people who really struggle is Yuri and Ashilde.
Fuck. I'm not that weak! I have a 12!
You are to me!
I upgraded my noodle arms.
Good luck on your travels. Though the situation we found each other in was most dire, I'm glad to leave it with allies. Good luck and safe travels. We will meet again.
Yes, good luck with your move. Hopefully you stay out of the Empire's tentacles.
There is this emotion conveyed, this amusement. His head gestures to the path.
Let's go.
You had to say it, didn't you?
What? No one else did.
He scoffs and shoulders further, like, onto his shoulder the kid as he dislodges the shovel from the ground and marches with the party.
Gil is breathing heavy.
Let's do this then.
As everybody leaves, Silver would like be in the back, and she'll turn around and think in her head, hoping he can hear it.
What's she saying?
When will we see you again?
If the passage of time is kind, then you keep these items on you. It won't be long, but I believe you have your own problems to worry about. If you were to join me, however, you might be a little bit more aware of our movements. Consider this a final offer of sorts. What do you say?
Silrel's pointed ears go kind of straight up, and her expression hardens. I care for your endeavors. But there are people that need me. As I am starting to understand, I may be the only one who cares.
Then take solace in the fact that somewhere, deep beneath the earth, toiling away for the destruction of the Empire, is an ally.
Possibly the only one who understands what's going on in here. She taps her head.
Again, that amusement is conveyed.
Good luck, Silrel.
Luck to you as well. I hope you are able to find yourself.
The tendrils writhe as you pass by him. And once all of you are inside of the cavern, the passage behind you begins to shift. You would watch as rock begins to replace itself, locking itself into the wall. It is a cramped passage, carved by ghouls and tainted. But you manage to make your way through, sometimes on hand and knee, having to sort of scrape and crawl, keeping the children safe. But with enough time, you manage to push out through the opening at the top, finding yourself deep within the forest on the eastern ferry, where rock and stone has been disheveled and moved, where the ghouls had entered this place through another means. You arise to the early morning sun, washing over you and the children you've saved. Congratulations, heroes of the Aram's Ferry. That's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Finally, we can go get that swamp weed we needed to get.
There's a bunch of shit like that we still need to get.
We can. Yeah. That minor quest is done. We can go get our weed for Reynold again, guys. Don't worry.
My eyes.
The party leaves emboldened with new magical items, a new ally, and having saved the children of the Aram's Ferry. Good job, party.
Until we get back to Aram's Ferry and they're like, well, where's the eighth one?
Yeah.
Shit.
Ooh, what do you think the dragon was?
A child!
Yes.
He was probably the blonde one that tried to fuck us over when we were at the barn.
How'd you know?
You don't give a shit about her. She was the advanced little asshole.
I bet she was born evil.
Yeah, I hope she got kicked into the fucking pool.
Yeah. Annabelle can go fuck off.
Yeah, I hope they grabbed her by the fucking ankles and just went spinning until pool. Yeet! Oh, you got a smart mount on you? Wah.
Jesus.
It'll be fun, party. Quick 20 minutes, in and out, I promise.
Yeah.
The party has spent... Let me consult my notes.
Like 2 days.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sessions inside Facility 05.
Oh, that was only 7.
Goodbye.
I guess if you count cabin fever, then it's
Yes,
8.
I'm counting cabin fever. Because you guys came back that same session.
Yeah, we did. We're like, I'm glad we dodged that trap that would force us into this facility. Anyway, let's go back in that facility, guys. Let's go.
It's all about my agency.
Yeah, we just wanted to show that we could.
And then we're just gonna be like, hey, okay, let's go back to Elion's and get a nice hot bath. Fuck.
Hello, what?
Yeah, that place.
Let me see. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Natural 20s include Siluro von Ashford for her performance check. Natural 1s include Alaric and Siluro for their athletics rolls. 2 natural 20s, 2 natural 1s.
Oof.
There are no other data stats because there was no combat.
All right, but DM, how many 2s did I roll specifically?
Don't know. Don't care.
You
Fuck
rolled
you.
a lot of 2s. It's kind of funny.
It tracks natural 20s and natural 1s.
What about 2s? 2s are basically nat 1s, but like...
When we needed a natural 1, we got a natural 20.
True. That actually was that should be counted as a natural 1. Actually, that fucked us over.
And now you guys have some pretty dope magic items.
Yes. I need a little thing that says I went to the Underdock and all I got was this t-shirt. Can I etch that into my breastplate?
I went to the world below and all I got was this stupid breastplate.
Yep. Hey, by the way, nice player icon.
Thanks.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
welcome. I'm glad you could steal something else from Darkest Dungeon.
Dude, that's all I do.
I wake up, I steal.
Dude, if there's
I
a
see.
new mod that drops,
Weird.
nice.
Or it's a lot easier
Yeah.
to see too.
I hope so.
Yeah.
As you guys level up, there's other versions I'll be introducing.
Oh, good.
Kellen finally has dark vision.
Yes!
That was really why we went down there. That was the end game.
Came in hating this place, couldn't see shit. Came out hating this place, can see shit now.
Now I can see all the things I hate.
The lad can
Wow.
see, he can fight.
Wow.
We also saw several plot lines advance considerably in this specific dungeon. Marana's Damperism, the Hand, etc.
The hand. Wait, the hand?
I think it means the mouth.
Oh.
Oh yes, the mouth. And the bodyguard of the still man.
How long till that shovel gains sentience before it becomes an ego weapon? Good question.
It's been through hell, lads.
The more Alaric pours into this weapon, the more it'll fucking
Bro.
evolve.
It's fucked that the only thing that leveled up after this dungeon was the shovel.
Alaric's bones
What is this world?
fade into dust, but the shovel remains.
The only reason he got that +1 is because he hadn't failed a shovel check up until then.
I feel like the 25 was a meme and you were ready to go, I'm just kidding, and then he actually hit the 25 and you're like, yep, that's...
I was not kidding. It was a 25.
Why? Why? You freak. You just wanted us to feel bad so that you'd have to take out the trauma unit one last time. Put his hands on his
I would
hips
never
and
do that.
Waggle his finger and be like, oh, you silly, pathetic adventure immortals.
I would
Let
never
me get
do
one
that.
of those robot buds in. Yeah, well, we showed him. Fuck you, Sardox, you cunt. Calamari looking ass. Squid faced bitch
Stop it,
ass.
I'm hot.
No, you're not. You ain't shit.
Yes, I am. Take it back.
No, you're not. Those aren't real abs. They're just indents in your fucking, like... Those are probably
I'm gonna
gills
kiss
or
you
some
down.
shit. Nice.
Wait a minute.
Do it. He'd probably like it.
Does the shovel get a bonk sound effect when he wields it? Maybe.
Wow.
Came out hating shit, able to see shit, because holy shit, somehow it got worse.
This place is terrible.
Got that platinum plan? Yes.
Yo, I hope trauma unit's a returning character. And that's not just because it heals me every time it shows up. That's a huge consideration. That's a huge part of it.
We're gonna show up back at Aram's Ferry looking like shit.
We're gonna show up in Aram's Ferry, and there's gonna be no Aram's Ferry left.
We're just like, what the fuck?
It's been 2 days. They're all dead.
Henry killed them all.
Henry killed everyone. He just started screaming.
They're all peasants, so they only have like 10 hit points.
Only the constable's left, and he's muttering on his table.
Love trauma unit. Favorite NPC. I'm glad. But what about Finn?
Fuck Finn. Finn? Who?
Don't say that.
Fuck Finn.
So the Spelljammer campaign you're interested in running will have a significant illithid presence? Yes.
Don't they always?
This was a preview. This was me wanting to run a sci-fi game out of my interests.
System.
Yeah, out of my system.
You want to rekindle that love for sci-fi and your desire to throw us in sci-fi stuff? We can go play Darktide.
Is that out?
Yeah.
That didn't come out till
The
November.
beta's out. The beta's out.
Fucking beta. I don't care about betas.
Yeah, but you can sign up for free. You don't have to pay for it. You just go to
I
Steam.
want the whole game.
Hey,
Yeah,
party,
well, me too.
party people. I had
What's up?
fun. Thank you for the game. Love you, chat.
You leaving?
Well, homie,
Yes, I am.
thanks for playing.
Why you leaving?
Thank you
I
for
will
hosting.
also be departing.
Ew.
Oh, God. Gross.
My god.
Imagine actually leaving, even though DM said you could leave at any time, and then actually accepting his offer.
Ew,
Freaks.
what the
Imagine,
fuck?
imagine not leaving an hour and a half to 3 hours after a session has ended.
Yeah, honestly.
I
What
really
the hell
can't
is
say
that?
anything because when D&D used to end, like in person, we literally stand around outside in the middle of the fucking night, like 2, 3 a.m., chit-chatting until the sun came up.
Exactly.
That's half the joy of D&Ding is shit posting afterwards. That's why we're here. I think it's for lore. No, it's so we can generate more memes. Like Drama Unit. And his surveys.
Oh, what?
That was a great part.
He never got. He always got 10 out of 10.
That's right.
Oh, what? You disagree? Reporting to HR.
Ever since I started serving mortals, my surveys have gone up significantly. It's like I found purpose in my life.
I am made whole. It's been a
Thank
very
you.
long time since I enjoyed a dungeon as much as I did this one. Very, very well done, DM. Thank you. Thank you. At the start, I was like, fuck. Shit, they hate it. God. Fuck. And then afterwards, I said, man, fuck them kids. They're going to play it anyway.
Wow. Well, I can say with full confidence, fuck you. What else to know?
There she goes.
There.
And I guess this is a good place to call it then. I'll
call you.
Could she have mixed all three? No. I believe we're all meeting up? No plans or anything on the 21st, right?
It should be good.
Just squinting at Marana.
I will let you know how I'm feeling that day.
Sus.
Okay. All right.
What does it
Then this is a good place to call. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Chat. It's crazy that you stick around for this shenanigans.
Yeah.
But we're leaving now, so get out.
Yeah.
You don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
I mean, technically they could.
The stream's gonna end.
Yeah, but the chat's still there.
Fuck the kids.
Mod sleep, spam cap.
Bye. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
I'll be back. Well. Howdy, gamers. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the players, supporting myself, and overall just being a super positive energy inside of that chat. You guys made today's game very worth it. So thank you. I don't have anything to announce. We're playing this Sunday over on Momo's channel for episode 2 of Dawn of Anor. And, yeah. Oh, I do have one announcement. Thank you guys so much. We hit 2.4K tonight. 2.4K followers. So we're fucking popping off. We are literally 100 away from our 2.5K in December goal. So we have already destroyed that. So I'm super thankful. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, your help, your allowing me to do the thing that I love, which is this, Dungeons and Dragons. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Stream will resume as normal this week, or this upcoming week. We'll be streaming on Monday to sort of make up for not streaming this week, and we'll go down from there. I hope that you all have a good night. I hope that you all... Okay. Guido. Guido, thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs to the community. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much for your generosity. Oh God, I lost my train of thought. That's it. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I look forward to seeing you this Sunday. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them, chat. And I will see you all later. Goodbye.